call the study session to order for the town of Los Gatos. Purpose of tonight's study session is two topics: the height pole and netting policy, consideration of modifications to and the implementation of the height pole and netting policy, and then second, we'll review code enforcement policies and practices. I'm just going to remind those in the audience, we will hopefully get to public comment, but it will be held at the end of our conversation of the two items. And we do have a hard stop at 6:45 if we're not done and we need to continue the conversation. It'll be up to the council as to how we do that, whether we choose to do it after tonight's regular council meeting or continue to a different date. Also, I want to point out that tonight's conversation is a general one in nature for policy direction. It is not to discuss any specific application, any specific code enforcement issue, or any specific project. It is simply to discuss the policies as they currently exist and whether or not they need to be modified. So with that, I'll go to the staff report. Wendy Rooney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. As you would remember, in June, you reviewed the story pole policy and provided some comments, general comments to staff regarding that prior to continuing it to this evening. Those comments, just to summarize, the community should be allowed to fully vet a project, and story poles provide visual aid and early notice of a pending application. The policy has worked, but alternatives to the story poles may be warranted in certain situations. Story poles are important to the community. I just realized, I'm sorry. Story poles are important to the community, and there should not be staff approval to exceptions. And finally, that technology should be part of any revisions to or alternatives to the story pole policy. The council stated the overriding goal of the policy is to inform the public that something is proposed and to provide an accurate representation of what is being proposed. And you directed staff to evaluate story pole policies of other jurisdictions and see whether there should be some alternatives proposed as well as some exception procedures. In determining best practices, staff surveyed 22 different jurisdictions on story pole policies. All of those jurisdictions were in the Bay Area except for the city of Malibu and the town of Mammoth Lakes. The survey revealed that 11 of the 22 communities require story poles or alternatives. Of the 11 that do not require story poles, 7 require some type of graphical representation of the proposed development, such as a photo simulation, a 3-dimensional image, or computer renderings. The cities that require story poles are very similar to Los Gatos. They're smaller communities, they have high design standards, and because of that, generally they don't have very tall buildings in town. So usually story poles can easily be accommodated when you're looking at a 2-story type of building. Because it can be done without conflicting with existing development. Finally, 6 of the 11 communities that require story poles do allow exceptions to story poles in the case of unusual circumstances where it's impractical to install a story pole due to existing development or public health reasons. The most common types of alternative methods for depicting the proposed buildings are photo simulations, computer models, perspective renderings, and 3D fly-arounds, which are similar to what you saw with the former Honda site project. None of the jurisdictions use balloons as alternatives. There wasn't any, we couldn't determine why, but we suspect because it's just not, it's not practical because of weather conditions, and they're not always standardized. Finally, regardless of where the jurisdiction requires story poles or not, most require signs posted on the property to alert the community of a pending development application and public hearing. Based on the survey, it appears that most communities that require story poles allow alternative methods to represent the proposed development. Typically, the alternative methods are photo simulations or computer models. Consequently, it is recommended that the town continue to allow an alternative to the story pole policy, but only in very unique situations where the let me repeat that, it's very important. Consequently, it's recommended that the town continue to allow alternatives to the story pole, but, and I stress but, only in very unique situations where the installation of the poles would conflict with existing use or there's a validated public safety consideration. It's further recommended that the request must be in writing, I stress must be in writing, and provide clear justification for the exception and proposed alternatives for increased public noticing and project visualization. Finally, it's recommended that any exception be subject to the town manager's approval upon notice to the full council. So that's a change in our existing policy. In regards to the type of alternatives, again, based on the survey of best practices, photo simulations are the most common approach. However, to ensure the photo simulations accurately represent the proposed development, it is recommended that the town establish specifications for those photo simulations. It's also recommended that the town have a consultant to prepare that, and that consultant would be a consultant to the town, similar to our town architect or our town arborist. Working with the consultant, we would develop specifications for the photo simulations. They can include everything from adding a vertical height scale to the photo simulation, requiring the photo sims be of sufficient size so that you can actually pick up adjacent buildings or maybe adjacent landmarks, so that can give you a perspective. It's important that we have some standardization and to ensure that they're accurate, and having those prepared by a consultant that works for the town would provide that. In regards to addressing the public notification aspect of story polls, most, if not all, the jurisdictions require posting of signs on the property where a pending development application is occurring. This can be a very useful tool for notifying the public because it can include a lot more detail than you can get from the story polls. For instance, story polls can do a good job in communicating mass and scale, but they do not provide information such as the public hearing, when it's occurring, what is being proposed, who's the contact person. Consequently, community members are still required to either go online, call the department, or actually come down to the department to get those details. So it's recommended that the town develop standards for posting signs on property where development's proposed. The standards can include all the details that are listed on the slide, placement, size, required information, color, timelines, and most importantly, maintenance provisions, to ensure that if there's graffiti, which has happened before, that's removed in a timely fashion. Lastly, it's recommended that the town also augment its existing website by adding a pending projects link, so that community members can go right onto the website and see what projects are going to be upcoming to the Planning Commission and the Town Council. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions of staff? Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several. Shall I just
Go right ahead.
do them all? Have you had a chance to talk with any consultant who does this kind of work? And if so, are they familiar with the quirks of Los Gatos in terms of hillside properties and unusual property configurations and so on? I'm just wondering how feasible it is to have standardized common scale angle of shot on photo simulations when so many of the projects on homes are in the hillside, and it's really hard to have a standardized anything because they could be down in a valley, up on a hill, and so on.
It's excellent comment. No, staff has not talked to any consultants. We know there are some consultants because we were actually trying to get a hold of some consultants as we were looking at trying to shoot some pictures ourselves. So we haven't talked to them about that. However, we know there are companies that specialize in this. I think that even though you're right, there are unique situations in town, but I do believe that many of the communities that allow the same type of alternatives also have unique situations. So I suspect that there are some standardizations in terms of, that when I say angle of shot, that distance, and make sure you capture certain view shots from the building or from the proposed building. So I'm sure that there's standards that they could utilize that would be utilized in every community, and even if there are unique hillside properties or maybe larger properties.
And if the council directs staff to proceed down this path, we can certainly do that before bringing back any implementing documents or standards.
And it may be that it just has to give it a try and see where kind of like the viewing platforms, it took us a while to kind of get those settled down and selected on. Could you, I'm kind of dense on this crane business. I wasn't understanding that at all. So is the idea that cranes would show the height, or would cranes hold the netting, or what?
So none of the jurisdictions utilize that, but it is an option, and it would be that cranes would be holding the netting. So you'd have, and in essence, you'd probably have to do, in the case of several buildings, one building at a time. Otherwise, you'd have a lot of cranes at the site. But cranes would actually be able to be extended and show all four corners of the building, and then hang that netting from it.
Okay.
Not super practical, but it is in the case where we feel that we really need to see that, have that representation. That is one of the alternatives that we thought you could come up with, other than having to go through some type of significant engineering of a higher story pole. That may be impractical due to existing development.
Okay. And then, may I just continue?
Please.
The signs, those very large signs, was that envisioned to be on all projects? And where I'm questioning it is a home and the second floor is being punched out 4 feet. Do they need a 5-foot-high sign in front of their house?
I think that most jurisdictions would not require signs for single family where there's remodels for single family. And in those cases, I don't think we've ever granted exception to the story poles in single family on something like that. So I would say that if we felt that it was important to have a sign, then we'd want to have a size that's appropriate. For instance, City of San Jose has sizes that are oriented towards different types of applications. For a larger scale application, you have a larger scale or multiple signs, and for smaller applications, you have very small signs. So I think the town can make the decision on whether we want to have signs on private property for single-family homes that are remodeling. I could see it very practical for a new home that's being built. But for a remodel, maybe not as practical, but definitely for any type of commercial development or larger scale residential development.
Okay. I'm sorry. May I
Go
go
right
on?
ahead.
Okay. And then we don't currently, let me not assume, do we currently post anything on our website about applications coming in prior to the time that they're agendized?
Only on unique projects, larger scale projects that we would post. But other than that, and that's typically something you'd see under What's New. So we do not have a dedicated place on our website that shows what projects are, as we call it, in the hopper, that are scheduled or pending scheduling. No.
So what staff is recommending is that we start to do that at some point.
It would be another tool to be able to communicate to the community. They can actually go on and look and see what is coming up. We usually are able to schedule projects probably about 2 months out. So it's not that you'd be getting a 6-month notification, but you'd be getting probably close to a 2 months. Sometimes on the smaller projects, it could be less than that, but on the larger projects, we're typically know when it's going to schedule or when it's going to planning commission or council about, I'd say, 6 weeks to 8 weeks out.
And would this be just a brief listing of the projects and with the address and a very brief description, or would you start attaching documentation, site plans, and mitigated negative decks if they're coming through, or wait till the agenda for those?
I would say at a minimum we should have some graphical representation. I'm not sure if 8 weeks out, we may not have the technical information like a negative declaration, but we should have the graphical representations. Now, there's some technological how do I want to say this? There's some issues we'll have to overcome in terms of technology because we don't have all the plans that are submitted in a similar format electronically. So we'd have to establish some type of standards for what we want the applicants to submit, which I think is a positive thing because ultimately then we start developing an electronic database of our development applications. So we'd have to set some standards as to what we would want to see, and that's really easy for an applicant to provide on a CD that we can upload to our website.
From a workload management and developing the system, we'd probably start off smaller and expand our capabilities over time as we see the responsiveness. I certainly wouldn't want to commit to a full application 8 weeks prior to any planning commission meeting because I'm not sure that's a standard we could live up to at this point in time, but I think over time, we'll build the data and information available to the council, public, and planning commission on our website.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm getting to the end of my list.
Go ahead.
Is there a time requirement to remove story poles?
Yes, there is. I believe I want to say it's 2 weeks, but let me double check. 30 days after the hearing? 30 days after the hearing.
And do we rely on the public to tell staff if that doesn't happen? Or is there a checklist to make sure that?
There's not a checklist. I think we generally know, but I think sometimes the public does let us know too, but we generally do know. I want to just double check.
It's written in the policy right now, and then
Right.
we usually put it as a condition of approval. We don't go and check every.
But we don't check, yeah.
Someone
We,
complains, we go.
right, so it is a condition of approval. They're required to remove them, and we're not able to go out and check every time to make sure they remove them, but we do typically find out either through our building inspectors or our planning staff that's out or our code enforcement officer.
Okay. And then do you want comment? I just have one
If you want,
suggestion.
go right ahead.
One thought is, I think this is all really good stuff in terms of really increasing the amount of communication, the clarity of communication to the public. And one thing that's always bothered me, and it's not unique to Los Gatos, but our public notification cards are quite boring to look at and are easy to overlook in the pile of mail every day. And with this amount of effort going into signage and story polls and visualization, photo visualization, it would be really nice if some graphic representation of the project could be on that postcard, just to help it pop out a little bit more, to say, oh yeah, I've seen that. Oh, and just because we hear it so many times of, I didn't know, I didn't get a notice, and I know that many times they were sent, but it's just so easy to overlook them, those nice beige cards.
If I may ask a question, when we say graphic representation, not necessarily of that particular project, but something that alerts the public to that is a development application notification
No, actually, I meant that
of the
particular
project.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank you, Mayor.
that would be something we would probably work towards. I'm not sure if that's something that we could be able to implement just because of the scale of development and things like that, but that would be something we could definitely work towards.
I would, for the larger development, I would put it as part of the cost of application and make the applicant actually even create it and give it to you camera ready based on the specifications of the town. So all you have to do is print it up, and the printing would be a little bit higher, but again, just make that as one of the additional fees for service for the applicant. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Other comments, questions of staff? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. One question. You mentioned verbally and also in the report, staff approval upon notice to full, or exception, upon notice to full council. What do you mean by that?
So it's actually, just to clarify, be town manager, which I see a differentiation between staff and town manager. And that would be something that we would, I assume, put on the, let him answer that.
Yeah. It would, looking for council feedback on the proposal, but it could either be a judgment call that all exception requests are forwarded to council for your information, or only those exception requests that I would be recommending approval of be forwarded to the council for your information. And as with any item with the town, any two council members can request that something be scheduled for council consideration.
Go ahead.
I guess I still didn't understand. Let's say that you are prepared to grant an exception, then I don't hear you saying it's going to come to a council meeting, and I wouldn't expect that, but how would it get to council so that the mayor or two council people could put it on the agenda?
Just to walk through the process more clearly, applicant X submits a written submission that documents why they feel an exception is needed and how they plan to fulfill the goals of the policy with an exception. And the two goals of the policy are both public awareness and notification, as well as a visual representation of the project. So they would have to submit a written justification with what their alternatives are to achieve those goals. If I felt it was reasonable and warranted, then I would probably just ship that to council as an email or as a written letter saying, here's a request we've received. I will be approving it in 10 days unless the mayor or 2 members of council request to be agendized otherwise.
And I've actually talked with the manager about this concept before. I don't feel as though silence is a good communication, mode of communication. I think that a positive response, i.e., we totally agree with what you're doing or we don't agree with what you're doing, is better, because you don't know why one could be silent.
And I'm trying to work within the confines of the Brown Act, and under the council code of conduct policy, the mayor or 2 members of council ask for something to be discussed during a public meeting. I think me asking you, do you agree or disagree in an email would violate the public process. So I think the approach we've laid out is the best way to assure transparency and compliance with the Brown Act. That's why I was structuring it that way. Certainly not. Otherwise, I mean, another option the council had is any and all exceptions come to the council. That it doesn't have to be to me. It could all just come to you with a recommendation. But then every one, be it one we're approving, would recommend approval of, or one we'd recommend denial, would show up on your agenda. Likely consent. So I was trying to carve a middle path there that seemed to comply with the Brown Act.
Okay. Other comments or questions? Councilmember Brzezinski?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there are clarifications more than anything. The issue of the signage, the proposed 4x8 at 5 feet, I picture this as a blight if these are spread all over the community. I think you hinted at the idea of a sign form that would be appropriate to the size of the project. Maybe something like a large commercial or mixed-use site on a relatively large field would deserve this, because you'd want to have this posted in such a way that people could see it at a distance on a drive-by and be noticed. But for single-family residences, I would be very, very cautious of moving beyond what we've got right now. I think the other thing I'd like to just comment on is that we're really not talking about changing the policy. We're talking about amending the policy or enhancing the policy. And I would like to see us develop a menu of typical sites that would deserve to be considered for exception, rather than anyone who wishes could make an application for exception. Because the standard should be we put up story poles. I think story poles have served our purposes very well. Certainly it's helped me on occasion to see a structure that is going to be too high or too massive to raise my consciousness, and I know it happens to other members of the community. So my sense is that we haven't had to do this too often. Probably from just our repertoire of recent experiences, we could come up with what would be samples of exceptions that could be considered, so that an applicant would know, if I'm coming in this direction, this is something that might be considered. But if it's something that is more elective in nature, that they wouldn't even attempt to ask for an exception. I think that every large project needs to have story poles, unless it's validated that the safety issues of concern or the issues of current use, as in the property, those issues are not being addressed. But I believe that we would be really wise to come up with a series of examples of what should be exceptions or could be exceptions versus what would be the standard. And for the two purposes outlined, noticing that something's happening and noticing of the mass and scale and the heights, to me, it falls on the shoulders of the applicant to successfully demonstrate that story poles would not be considered. And I think the word exception should be really emphasized as we're looking at this.
I'll just weigh in. First of all, this is exactly what I had hoped to see come out of the department after we had our conversation in June. So I appreciate the effort and the research and that type of things that staff undertook. I'm pleased and not particularly surprised that balloons aren't used anywhere else. I've never been a big fan because of the movement and the like. I'm not comfortable with cranes with nettings between them. I think that both visually, speaking of blight, and from a safety perspective, I don't think that's really a good thing. But I think, as Councilmember Brzezinski stated, we're on the right path here, and we're headed towards an amendment to the policy, not a new policy. And I'll weigh in that I am comfortable with the manager notifying and giving, whether it's 7 days or 10 days or whatever it is, council that you're going to approve an exception unless you hear from two council members or the mayor to agendize. I'd be comfortable with that as a process for those, what I hope are true exceptions and not the norm. Because I would agree that I think story poles have served us well, but they don't work in all cases. And for me, I actually do better with the photo simulations, but the story poles provide a needed notification to not just the neighbors, but to the citizens of the town of what's going on. And I think that's an important factor. But for me, photo simulations showing the full blockage, so to speak, of a building as opposed to the netting adds quite a bit to my ability to comprehend what's going on with a particular project. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will weigh in briefly here. Most of what I was going to say has already been mentioned by other council members. But I would, I guess, say more clarity on the signage. I would say, of course, again, it's amending the existing policy, which is done well for us for the most part. I agree with the town manager and the notification process. I do like the idea of the web page, which was brought forward. And as far as the consultants who will work with the town to verify the accuracy of the photo simulations, I think that's very important as well. So I think all those points moving forward would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Manager.
After getting the basics of the website up, I think an early add-on when we're technologically and organizational process able to handle it might be to post the applicant's exception, if they had one, to the story poll policy, just so it's not felt like it's being hidden. It's more public. And that might be an early ad we shoot to make, knowing that they'll happen infrequently based on what the council just said.
Okay. Does staff have what it needs to bring this back to us in October?
Yes, we do, and it will be October or the first meeting in November.
Great. All right, let's move on to code enforcement policies and practices. Mr. Manager?
Look to the clerk to switch us over. We do have slides that will be handed out to you from this presentation once it's up on the screen. So this discussion on code enforcement overview and direction came from rising community and neighborhood concerns is reflected by the council when you requested this study session. And again, as the mayor mentioned in the beginning, this is for policy direction to staff, not to discuss or resolve specific issues or complaints. However, Much of the dozen cases over the last 2 years that have reached the council or the manager's office provided the genesis for many of the recommendations we'll be making for you tonight. Briefly, what is code enforcement? As explained in the staff report, it's the enforcement of building codes that focus on health and safety, planning permits and conditions, be it conditional use permits, architecture and site, or other conditions, as well as just an array of neighborhood and other nuisances. There was a table of data provided at the end of the chart that we did a touch of analysis with, and when you look at the past 2 fiscal years, our code enforcement program received over 2,000 calls. That's 3 to 4 per day, with a total of 600 complaints. Again, that's over 2 years. That averages roughly 5 to 6 per week. Of those 606 complaints, 82 were deemed not to be a violation that the town had any authority to enforce. So 14% kind of went off at the top. When you look at the array of other violations, and we gave you a longer list at the end of the staff report, clearly sign violations were number 1 with about 1 out of 5. Building code at 14%. Noise, interestingly, was at 11%, and I highlighted that one because it's one of the harder ones to enforce because noise is subjective. Sound meters have to be at the moment of occurrence. You don't have a lingering trail that makes it easy to enforce going the next day. CUPs and use violations have been 5% of our total complaints over the prior 2 fiscal years. And what's most alarming, but also points out the challenge of code enforcement, is that nearly 20% of our complaints are a smattering all across the board. That makes routinization and standardization, especially when it's a distributed responsibility, all the more challenging. I did want to also highlight that I just wrote down, a dozen cases that I could remember off the top of my mind that kind of reached the council or me over the last 2 years. That represents about 3% of all code enforcement complaints we receive. So again, like the netting and story pole policy, we have a good policy and program, but we're trying to deal with the outliers and the exceptions. And the recommendations that we're bringing forward for your consideration is really to deal with that. So here's our current practices. We used to have a dedicated staff position that was eliminated with the Great Recession in late 2008. The duties of that position have been split between multiple offices and about 8 to 10 different staff positions over the intervening 4 years, which obviously made training and consistency all the more challenging, but we've done our best to provide that. Our standards have remained the same, however, since prior to the Great Recession. We tend to be a reactive, complaint-based enforcement system, and I'll talk more about that in just a minute. This is the norm for most jurisdictions, as we've surveyed other municipalities throughout our region. The alternative is proactive enforcement, where we have staff just driving around looking for violators, kind of like the police model, where we have code enforcement staff out driving, looking for violators. I don't know of any city that uses the proactive model in this current fiscal climate, but that is the other model. Our focus has always been on compliance, and when you look at the 2005 policy adopted at the staff level, it was clearly not on punishment, it was on compliance with our ordinances, and that has led to a practice of where we abate enforcement, hold off on pursuing the misdemeanor or infraction process pending resolution of the issue. What staff is now looking at is a bit of a hybrid approach, taking what we think is the best of the reactive in terms of dealing with complaints as our highest priority, but putting potentially some staff-initiated enforcement in there as well in 2 particular areas. One, if we received an abandoned vehicle complaint on Edelin, the code enforcement officer, when going to Edelin, would look for other abandoned vehicles in that immediate vicinity or ask the complainant or the violator if they know of others. It is not uncommon when you're a code enforcement officer, when you approach somebody about a violation, their first defense is, well, so-and-so does X, Y, or Z. And this was a model we actually used in Scottsdale when I worked there that served to really dampen that environment a little bit. So it's one we put out for council consideration. And then also to potentially up our staff-initiated enforcement of downtown violations and CUP, conditional use permit violations. All of these alternatives for your consideration will come back on the last slide. We're also moving forward with a temporary resurrection of the code enforcement officer. We had split most of those duties when the code enforcement officer position was eliminated amongst our 5 building inspection staff. That work volume is now dramatically going up. They won't have the time and resources to focus on code enforcement anymore because of increased construction activity. That then also creates some unbudgeted revenues that we can use to offset the work. And for this fiscal year, hire a temporary contractual or part-time code enforcement officer to get back to the model we had prior to 2008. We would then bring to council at the mid-year budget review or as part of next year's budget your consideration of resurrection of that position on an ongoing basis. We also have realized that code enforcement and planning enforcement are similar in some regards, but also different, in that we don't have a reliable, strong database of all our CUP conditions and the periodic scheduled follow-ups that are warranted, be it traffic counts, neighborhood meetings, and the like. So our plan is to, using again some mid-year excess revenues, to create that database of existing CUPs and targeted other conditions, so we then have the tracking document to work off of on a go-forward basis. It's a one-time investment for tremendous savings down the road in terms of staff time, having to pull up every permit on a regular, ongoing basis. Compliance. One of the areas we've received concerns for is when we have suspended enforcement to give the violator a chance to cure their violation. Our recommendation now is that be limited where there's clear, timely, and tangible progress. Up to 90 days is what we put in the staff report. We toyed with 60 if the council wanted it to lower it to 60. That doesn't seem unreasonable. 30 days felt a little too short for us, given some of the work and financing that may be needed for some of the remedies. There are some appeal processes that have their own suspension of enforcement pending that appeal process, so those would continue as well. The area we would drop the suspension of enforcement is when there are permit or policy changes required. We would tell any applicant who says, well, I need to change my CUP to allow that. Well, first you have to comply with your existing CUP. Then you can pursue a change to the CUP to achieve your goal. And this is a significant change from our practice since 2008. And then any exceptions beyond those up above would require coming forward to council. I don't see that happening, but it kind of sets the bar pretty darn high if people want exceptions to that. Citizen engagement. You know, we have an opportunity now, especially working with Jackie Rose, our outreach coordinator, to start taking the code enforcement story on the road a little bit and letting neighborhood association, neighborhood groups, next door Los Gatos and the like know what the procedures and protocols are. That's one effort we would pursue. And we've had a couple of cases over the last 2 years that for both Wendy and me, having dealt with this in a lot of jurisdictions, we realize we haven't found any organization that's tackled this problem yet. And that is complainants don't have an appeal process. If a neighborhood, for example, feels the town has ignored a violation or interpreted a CUP or a code section incorrectly, they have no recourse. They don't have an official voice in the process, while the violator has a formally legislated appeal process. We're not sure what's possible here, but we are going to take it on over the next 6 months to research what might exist in some best practice or be legally viable as a complainant appeal process, because it does seem to be the one closed door in the whole code enforcement process, and we'll either break through new ground or found somebody else who's done it in a way that respects the rights and responsibilities of all parties. We have started using, and we'd recommend we continue to encourage facilitated solutions between neighbors and other parties that have competing interests, up to and including possibly a broader neighborhood discussion, not just the two parties who are in conflict or multiple parties in conflict, but get the broader neighborhood engaged in a solution orientation. And last, to avoid intractable disputes, we have found you occasionally have cases where it's one neighbor versus a neighbor using the town as a club or a city as a club, and it's a incredible use of resources by the town, and we'd actually recommend that we step back from those rare cases where that occurs and encourage the neighborhood or those residents to use facilitated problem solving instead of the town. So the direction we're looking from you for tonight, that would come back as subsequent council action in various forms, would be restoration of dedicated staffing for code and plan enforcement, that we begin staff-initiated enforcement of nearby residences and businesses for similar violations, as well as downtown and CUPs, up to a 60 or 90-day maximum abatement period that would not apply for permit or policy changes, and that we research that complainant appeal process to see if anybody's tackled that problem elsewhere, and that we increase our outreach and engagement. So that concludes staff report.
Thank you. Look to council for input, questions, comments. Councilmember Brzezinski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Manager, for the very thorough overview and then the proposed direction of travel. I wanted to say that I found attachment 3 of the staff report, which was the laundry list of all those things that are in violation. Very informative. There are a lot of things going on that we can observe every day that are in violation, and I'm sure most of our community wouldn't even know it. But going through this particular list said to me, this is probably something the community should become aware of. That's not only the residential community, but the commercial community as well.
If I could ask Mazarine to push number 3 in return, just so the public can follow along the councilman's comments.
Okay. But when you're going through the attachment 3 list, and this is the various sections of code, things that perhaps we're not even thinking of are in violation, and we drive on by. A weed-filled yard, a car that's been, in effect, abandoned or used for other purposes, such as storage and so forth. I want to find out what these are. I want to do a more thorough evaluation myself. But I'm wondering if we restore, at least in some temporary way, a code enforcement officer, that's one set of eyes and one individual out there on the street. We have an awful lot of other people out on the street who, if they were aware that there were things that are in violation, they might be able to refer. I'm not saying that Parks and Public Works folks have to get out of their trucks and go and contact the people at the door, but I'm thinking, there's just some things that our folks drive by every day on their way to whatever task they're assigned, that could log in their minds, there's a problem here. And just a note so that we're all working as a team on this, and also making this information available to the community generally in some way, so that we can say, you don't really have to wonder whether or not what you see there in that house, which appears to be, let's say, the habitat for someone who's a hoarder, that isn't a violation, that you can go ahead and you can make that assumption because you have some information that indicates that. So that would be one part that I'd like to see if we couldn't develop an outreach communication tool to let our community know that. The other thing I found interesting in the discussion, and I don't know if this is really the way we wanted to say it, but there's a statement in our report, and it's on page 4 under no dedicated staff. The second paragraph under that section that struck me as disconcerting, if you will, where it indicated that the staff members that are currently involved in code enforcement activities have neither the necessary training nor a thorough understanding of the various town codes and relevant county, state, and so forth to effectively perform this function. Is that an accurate statement or is that an overstatement? Because it seems to me that if we have people who are assigned this job but they don't have the tools or the background or education, then we're not really doing an appropriate job to manage this particular issue.
Well, first, since 2008, we haven't had anybody assigned to this job. So we've had up to 10 staff people taking on bits and pieces of it, which has led to the training and consistency challenge I outlined in my presentation. So while I think that statement may be a bit of an overstatement, it really stems from the fact that since 2008, we haven't had a dedicated code enforcement officer. It has been small parts of a number of other people's bigger jobs. And that has led to training and consistency standards throughout.
You understand my concern when it's
Absolutely.
framed this way, because to the community, this would communicate that we're not really on top of the job of code enforcement.
I actually think we've done an incredible job with our former code enforcement inspector who took a promotion in the organization several years ago, Mr. Roy Alba, who has helped coordinate and train and shepherd as much as he could and has taken on himself many of the most problematic cases. But with the rising workload in the building division, we won't be able to rely on that resource for the foreseeable future.
And I absolutely agree that Roy's done a great job in a really difficult situation. And I do think that a lot of our community have understood the constraints we have within our finances and personnel, and have been willing to tolerate or forgive, in effect, if it doesn't seem like enforcement's taking place in some ways. But as I look through your attachment 4 sheet, which breaks that out more individually, it looks like we're doing a very good job of enforcement in a community that has high standards for quality of life, and and when you see the various categories. Some look like they're of greater interest right now than in fiscal year 10-11, such as sign violations. Others have fallen off, but there's a pretty consistent pattern. Encroachment and right-of-way has fallen off significantly. So, it's a movable target here, I think. But I would like to make sure that everyone realizes that in a tough situation, there's been a very good job done as we look to do a better job.
No, it's the problematic 5% we're trying to respond to.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. First of all, for the most part, I agree with the staff's recommendations, and in fact, the manager came up with a tweak on one of my ideas that even made it better. Considering a full-time code enforcement officer in mid-year and enabling somebody at this point, I think is a really good idea. I thought about the concept of putting I don't know how it works, but putting the CUPs online electronically, I think would be a great idea if it's feasible. I did not think through to having the various deadlines on those online also. I think that's an even better tweak. The one thing that I didn't think about that wasn't in the report necessarily is I had totally forgotten about 292310, the code, code of our code, and that is having CUP issues go before the Planning Commission. I don't think we should shy away from that. I don't know what the conditions of having it go to the Planning Commission are, but in that way, it would give the residents of Los Gatos a forum, because I do know that they have been frustrated, and the staff report indicated that that was a challenge. And like I said, I separate the CUPs out from the other types of issues that we have. For the non-CUP issues, I think that some kind of mediation is a good idea, but for all types of mediation or those types of processes, I think that we need to put a time frame around it so it doesn't just drag out to the detriment of the have-nots and to the benefit of the people who are the haves.
Okay. Councilmember Leonardis, did you ask? Okay. Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have the recommendations? Do you have a?
That's it.
Council direction.
Okay. The one that's a little concerning to me is the, I forget how you phrased it on the summary there, but the temporary suspension of enforcement for 90 days, because that is such a sensitive judgment call. And I can see where, I'll try to think of some examples. So if a restaurant has 5 more seats than what they're allowed, and they're gonna go in and they're gonna come up with some way to get back in compliance or change their CUP. You know, does the world come to an end because they have 5 more seats? Yeah, maybe, maybe not. But then there are others that have much more direct impact on the community. So for those, I don't think we should be suspending enforcement for 90 days. And so again, that's very much of a and I can't think of a good example right now of that, but it's very much of a judgment call. So we'd have to be, I think, really cautious about that, because it's hard to explain to the public, is something legal or illegal? If it's illegal, why is it allowed to continue operating while they have a chance to get their ducks in a row, which they should have done to begin with? So that's just a cautionary tale on that particular one.
So if I can be clear, health and safety issues have to be resolved immediately, and that's a whole different class. And our chief building official actually has separate authority that the council, Wendy and I, can't direct him to do differently. That's from state law. It's derived to preserve health and safety issues. I want to emphasize the up to 90 days. I do think it would be a discretion. Staff is very, very comfortable if the council thinks that should be dropped to 60. Part of why we accepted out that this wouldn't be eligible for permit or policy changes is any CUP change or any policy change is going to take more than 60 to 90 days anyway. So take that off the table and really just leave, let's say, up to 60 days when somebody is making timely and tangible progress, not waiting till day 59. It has to be a performance schedule, and that was our intention. And that's clearly what we've done on the 95% of the cases that haven't been problematic, and it works. And we'd recommend having that discretion.
Okay, and then
Go ahead.
and then my second item is on communication. And I've had so many conversations with people on a number of issues over the last few months, and it comes down to a whole lot of communication issues. And I was trying to make a list of them. So first up is, how do you even? It feels like it's a violation to me. How do I know? That sign can't possibly be legal because I hate it, so how do they find out whether or not it's a legal sign? And if it is, can they be referenced to specifically? Now that the code's online, it's so much easier in some ways to find things. In some ways, the search function doesn't work as ideally as you would like. But if you have the code reference number, you can get to it. Then, how do they make a complaint? How do they, do they have to talk to a council member? Who do they talk to in staff? And then if they do raise a concern, how quickly are they responded to, acknowledging, we understand that you're concerned about this, we are checking into it, we will get back to you within a certain amount of time. And then when they get back to them, to really have enough of a thorough answer that they understand the process and the constraints that the town is under, because we don't actually have absolute power over everyone's lives and property, and there is due process and legal issues and so on. And it can, depending on the issue, it can get very complex. And I just, that the more difficult and complex it is, the more there needs to be communication and a lot of words. So I was noticing, I was on the town website over the weekend trying to find information about code enforcement. It was very difficult to locate. I noticed it on the front page of the website, on the FAQ, there's 2 on something to do with dissolution of redevelopment, one of those schedules of, it's like, nobody cares about that stuff. I mean, that's where the first FAQ should be, how do I make a complaint? How do I, notify the town about a violation? And then, as you said, if they're unhappy with the result, what are the appeal rights or the process? And mediation is great, but both parties have to consent to be mediated. And sometimes they don't think they're doing wrong, or sometimes the other ones can't believe they're not doing wrong. And so that may not be a solution in 100% of the cases. But I do believe that staff has made a good attempt at outlining some steps that's going to step up code enforcement, and I think that's probably what we should be doing at this point. But a whole lot of really better communication tools and communication in response and customer service attitude.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I want to circle back to that timing thing, the 90-day. And in real life, let's assume that a neighbor resident lives within a block of a major town shopping center. And hopefully forget about the CUP being online. There's music blaring from outdoors of that shopping center. All right, they go to the town and they find out that there's nothing on the CUP that even allows music whatsoever. It seems to me that that should be not a 90-day, but a fairly black and white kind of process. On the other hand, if they go to the CUP and it says they can have outdoor music, but it shall not exceed 70 decibels, then you're going to get more into a gray area. But I think that the keeping on top of the not letting the issue drag out, and distinguishing between those apparent transgressions that are just apparent and those that are definitive, we have to do a better job of. And I think this is a step in the right direction. Whether we're there or not, I guess we're going to find out in about a month.
Or a year after we've implemented it.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in real quickly. I'm comfortable with the direction we're headed. I think 90 days is a long time. I'd probably opt more for the 60-day, up to 60 days, hoping that it never gets there. But I think 90 days is an awful long time I'm trying to think of a circumstance where it could take that long to remedy, and maybe there are some, but then if that's the case, it comes to the council for extension, and I'd be okay with that. So that's other than that, I'm real comfortable. I think the dedicated staffing is critical, both from a training perspective for the person who's going to be doing the job, as well as for a point of contact for the public. So, any other comments? Councilmember Leonardis.
I'll be very brief. I know we're almost out of time. I would say a 30-day abatement would be more ideal, kind of like a traffic ticket.
Councilmember Brzezinski.
My lean is in that direction as well. I think we could do 30, 60, 90, depending on what the violation is. 3 months is a long time to sit through something that's an obvious violation. And I also want to just confirm that the compliance will be required prior to the CUP revision, which is I think a very important thing the community has said. How come this person is going to? It's an obvious violation. They have been noticed, and now they're allowed to continue the violation while they work through the CUP process. That's no longer going to be. That's what number 3 talks about.
That's what
correct?
number 3 is. Actually, yeah, number 3, not for permit or policy changes.
But I really would like to see that time frame change dependent upon the violation. To me, if a like in the shopping center that the vice mayor is talking about, if they're playing music at whatever decibel and it's not in their CUP, I think it's like it's a one-day turnaround.
Right.
You know.
Turning off a speaker doesn't take 30, 60, or 90 days. That takes 30 seconds. The 60-day is what staff would recommend as an up to, just to give flexibility for those houses where there is a lot of work that has to be done. And there may be financial issues at play, getting a church involved, trying to deal with what impacts the neighborhood first. We're not sure in those cases having the property owner rack up large fines is going to lead to quicker compliance. And having that time, as staff has done for so many cases, to work over 30 to 60 days for the ones that make sense, not for all cases.
Okay.
And I'm going to make this really quick, but I do think that staff can make a judgment regarding the length of time appropriate to the mitigation, because some things can be done very quickly, some things going to take longer. I would appreciate that the individuals in violation be given some constraint or some parameter within which they have to work toward that perhaps is a little tighter than we would necessarily use.
Anything else? All right, this, we are up again to the end of our time. I do know I have a card here, and there may be others here who wish to speak, but I'm actually going to call this, for the public, do we want to continue this after tonight's regular meeting to get the public comment? Or are we comfortable?
Here are 2 comments now.
If I just have the 2, I'll give you each a minute and we can do that. Are there others that haven't submitted cards that wanted to speak? All right, then we'll do it real quickly right now. Barbara Dodson?
Good evening, council members. Is that okay? Okay. My name is Barbara Dotson, and I live on Marchmont Drive in Los Gatos. In an email to you, I described a code compliance issue I raised with the Community Development Department and what I felt was a lack of responsiveness on their part. In preparing to write that letter, I spent a good deal of time reviewing Hillbrook's conditional use permit, researching what a conditional use permit is, and researching what the town code says about conditional use permits. Based on my research, I found specific sections of the code and specific elements in the CUP that showed that Hillbrook was violating its CUP in regard to summer programs it had planned. I described all these specifics in a letter. I never received any response to these specific concerns. I believe that if the CDD had actually applied the town code and the CUP to the planned activities, it would have had no choice but to recognize these activities as violations and tell Hillbrook to cancel them. Instead, without contacting me directly and without making reference to the town code or the specifics of the CUP, the CDD allowed these activities.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Dodson? Leonard Pacheco.
Leonard Pacheco, Hernandez Avenue. My comment is in regard to the story pole policy. I was on the commission when that was established. I'd like to add for your consideration one item that's worked very well when I was on the commission, and also, the inclusion of a model, a foam core model, works very well in the private sector. It's very helpful for people who can't read plans. It's wonderful for site overviewing. It includes all the different heights, so a model would be good. I'm thinking North 40 and the new Albright project. Thank you.
Thank you. And Lee Quintana.
Lee Quintana. Two things. On the emergency ordinance, I remember an emergency ordinance that was passed downtown during the depth of the recession about being more lax on. Is that still in effect, or do we need to take it out?
That was time specific, and it is passed.
Okay. Story poles. I agree with Leonard that models are useful, but only if they include everything around them so you can put everything in context. The bigger projects are the one that worry me the most because they're the ones that you seem to need to be able to visualize on site the mass scale and height. And I don't think that can be completely done by simulations or fly arounds or whatever, because they can be easily manipulated, and even if you're trying to be objective. I know I tried to do one once, or excuse me, I tried to contract one once, and when I said I wanted it to be objective, I got just this incredulous response.
Okay.
You mean
I'm going to cut you off there. Thank you, Ms. Quintana. And thank the three of you for being brief. We're going to take a recess and we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock for our regular meeting. Study session's ended. Good evening. Going to call to order the Joint Town Council Parking Authority Successor Agency meeting for the town of Los Gatos for September 4th, 2012. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Stephen Leonardis.
Here.
Councilmember Diane McNutt.
Here?
Councilmember Joe Przinski.
Here.
Vice Mayor Barbara Spector.
Here.
Mayor Steve Rice.
Here. As is our tradition, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening, we have what has been identified as a future leader for the town of Los Gatos. And I'm going to introduce you this evening to Zinni Chai, a 10th grader at Los Gatos High School. She's the environmental chair of the Interact Club at the high school. She's on the speech and debate team. Team HBV Outreach. What's HBV? Say that again? Hepatitis B. Okay. Hepatitis B Outreach Committee at Stanford University and the Stanford Liver Center, an advisory board responsible for planning, executing, and evaluating large-scale inter-chapter outreach events in its efforts to raise awareness about hepatitis B. Favorite subjects are English and advanced science research, a class designed to enhance experimental design and ideas that can be researched and presented at science fairs. She hopes to someday study human biology at Stanford. I don't doubt it, given this. On the cross-country and track teams, hobbies include playing the flute, which you've done for 5 years. She's played piano for 9 years. Sailing, you've capsized a boat by accident 3 times. Stick to piano and flute. Baking, gift card collecting, and stamp collecting. You have over 700. She has over 700 stamps. She volunteers at Lytton Gardens Senior Community Center, helps plan the senior events and activities, and frequently visits the elderly to interact and learn from them. Up to today, she does not know the taste of Coca-Cola or Pepsi beverages. Probably smarter than the rest of us. Does not like the Hunger Games series, but is passionately obsessed with the Harry Potter series and has read the entire series 4 times. She says, the truth is, I am terrible at describing myself. I don't think so. I don't think so. Is there anything? Why don't you come on up, Zinni, and you can lead us in the pledge. Would you all please stand?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Let's give her a big hand. One more time. Let's give her a round of applause. All right. Let me go down to the podium down below. We have a couple of proclamations and commendations to do. First of all, do we have Olivia Fleischig and Patrick McNaughton here? Come on down. These 2 young folks from Los Gatos High School are involved in National Childhood Cancer Awareness Day, and we've got some others. Hi there. With the rest of the Gold Ribbon Club members. And you didn't see me, but I was in the back of the room when you presented at Rotary today. Yeah. Olivia gave us all a little update on this at the Los Gatos Rotary Club today. So let me read the proclamation to you. Whereas across America, thousands of courageous children fight pediatric cancer every year, facing life-threatening battles that would challenge men and women of any age. We still know too little about the causes in young people, and cancer remains the leading cause of death by disease for children in America under the age of 15. And whereas today, research advances have made pediatric cancer more treatable than ever before, the 5-year survival rate for young patients has risen to 80% in the past half century, but serious challenges remain. Children who survive cancer frequently struggle with significant complications later in life, and researchers are working to develop treatments specifically for pediatric cancer. And whereas Los Gatos High School's Gold Ribbon Club is devoted to raising awareness about childhood cancer by hosting events and fundraisers that raise money for cancer research, and whereas in 2011, the Gold Ribbon Club raised, it's over 13,000, isn't it? This says 11,000, but over 13,000 through their fundraising participation with St. Baldrick's and the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Steve Rice, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the town of Los Gatos, do deem it appropriate and do hereby proclaim September 15th, 2012 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Day and encourage our community to support researchers, doctors, and advocates working to improve treatments, find cures, and reach a tomorrow where all our children can lead full and healthy lives. Proclaimed this 4th day of September 2012 in the town of Los Gatos, County of Santa Clara, State of California. Congratulations and thank you for all your efforts. Who would like to say a few words?
I'll say a few words. Okay, so I want to say thank you so much for proclaiming September 15th Childhood Cancer Awareness Day. We've done a lot to prepare for the day to make sure that we do bring awareness for the town. So you might see some businesses around town with this sign up in their window. That means that on that day, they're donating a percentage of their proceeds to CureSearch, one of the best nonprofit organizations which funds promising clinical research and supports the family and kids as they go through treatment. You'll also see us on the high school's front lawn on that day in the evening with luminarias that we're selling for $5. The money goes to Campo Kaizu, which is a free camp for kids who have or have had cancer and their families, and the Liddy Shriver Sarcoma Initiative, because so many kids in this town have been affected by sarcomas, including my older sister, who's a cancer survivor, but also kids who unfortunately have passed away, about 3 in the past 3 years. So we do want to bring awareness to this cause and make sure that we support these families and make sure that people know how important this cause is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and now a commendation. I saw her come in. Where did Dale Bryant go? Come on up, Dale. No stranger to these chambers. No, you're no stranger to these chambers. Let me introduce you to Dale Bryant, the executive editor of the Los Gatos Weekly Times and I think the Silicon Valley community newspapers. But we have a commendation for you because of some extraordinary things that you helped us do this year, and we very much appreciate it. Whereas Dale Bryant currently serves as executive editor of the Silicon Valley community newspapers and previously served as editor of the Los Gatos Weekly Times for 8 years and the Saratoga News. And whereas Dale devoted hundreds of hours towards planning, writing, organizing, managing, and editing 2 special sections of the Weekly Times, one celebrating the opening of the new Los Gatos Library and the other for the town's Jubilee year. And whereas both of these special sections will become a valued keepsake for thousands of Los Gatos residents and represent an extraordinary contribution to the community. And whereas Dale is a graduate of Los Gatos High School and has maintained strong ties to the community throughout her career, now therefore the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos does hereby render special appreciation and commendation to Dale Bryant for her years of dedication and contributions to the Town of Los Gatos and its residents for making the 125th anniversary of the town an anniversary that residents will remember and cherish for years to come. Dated September 4th and signed by the members of the council.
You know, a couple of people saw me coming in who recognized me and said, "Oh, you're not retiring, are you?" Well, I'm here to tell you that rumors of my retirement are exaggerated. So, I recently talked to my boss and told him the best job I ever had in my life was when I was the editor of the Los Gatos Weekly Times. And I'm still connected. I still read the papers. I still help edit and so on and so forth. But when I had an opportunity to do not one, but two really important special sections for the town, I jumped at the opportunity, not realizing, as I guess you must have got that information from my husband, it would take hundreds of hours. I'm not sure if it was quite that much, but I'm sure it seemed like it at the time. Anyway, the bottom line is that just doing those sections was its own reward. I got to meet Pamela Jacobs, who was wonderful to work with, and some of the people at the library, Peggy Conaway and my old friend Don Waters that I went to high school with, who helped us get through all the pictures, and it was an amazing amount of time that they both spent helping me get this section prepared. So even though it was its own reward, it's very nice to be recognized. So I thank you, and I thank the council.
And we thank you. Congratulations. Closed session report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council and members of the public. After the council's last meeting on August 22nd, the council adjourned to a closed session as duly noticed in that agenda. Council met, took no action, and there's nothing to report out from that closed session. This evening, there was no closed session.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Next, we'll turn to council and manager matters. Any matters from council members? Councilmember Brzezinski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, in the items of interest in Friday's packet, Mr. Manager, you mentioned the efforts being made to enhance the downtown lights in our trees, the twinkle lights, and I wondered if you'd address that tonight, because it looked like from your report this was going to be a very difficult effort, not only from the point of view of personnel, but also costs, and would be pushed back to December. This has been an issue for the community for a good period of time, and I wonder if you could address any evaluation that you would feel might bring this forward to us a little bit more quickly than the end of December.
The plan right now would be to bring the proposed budget for the restringing of all the trees downtown, including Santa Cruz Avenue and Main Street, to the council as part of the capital projects priorities and funding session in December. If two members of the council or the mayor wish to bring that back earlier, staff would return with a contract to do the work earlier by Christmas instead of starting the project in December. It would require the council approving with that contract a transfer of funds from reserves, roughly $75,000 to $125,000, depending on the scale of the project that's brought back. It's not currently a budgeted project, and that's the only reason staff delayed not pursuing it immediately.
Well, I would ask council if there's another member of council willing to at least agendize this, not for approval right now, but just to have this discussion at the next meeting if possible.
I'll make it very quick. I'll ask that it be agendized.
And just to save the council's time, we could bring it back in October with the contracting work done and an actual knowledge of the costs rather than a budget estimate in 2 weeks, if that's satisfactory to the council.
That'd be fine with me.
As well.
Okay. Any other council matters? Manager matters.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, several quick items. This Friday is a deadline on two fronts. First, it's the deadline for residents and business owners to sign up for Leadership Los Gatos, the exceptional program coordinated by the Chamber of Commerce in the town to show the inner workings of our community and to promote civic engagement. Again, sign up for Leadership Los Gatos by this Friday through the Chamber of Commerce website. This Friday is also the deadline to sign up for the community-wide garage sale, which is on October 6th. This Sunday is the annual Taste of Los Gatos, which is an event sponsored by the Los Gatos Police Foundation, and more information on that fundraiser can be found on their website. And for parents who are doing a little school scheduling, be sure to mark Friday, September 20th for Oak Meadow Park to see this year's Screen on the Green showing of the Lorax. Tonight's Did You Know is another special one that follows on the commendation that the mayor made. And I'd like to call forward Community Outreach Coordinator Jackie Rose, who will do tonight's Did You Know on Jubilee Volunteers. Jackie?
Good evening. Did you know that the town of Los Gatos celebrated its 125th birthday on August 10th, 2012, with a celebration in each of 5 parks in town? With the support and participation of various community organizations, volunteers, town staff, and neighborhoods, we were able to celebrate the town's Jubilee birthday with much success. The event was attended by over 1,500 guests. Each of the 5 sponsors created a fun and memorable evening, which included a variety of food, live entertainment, youth-friendly games, karaoke, dancing, soap and candle making, a photo booth, wiffle ball, and old-fashioned sack races. At 7:30 p.m., the park participated in a simultaneous singing of the birthday song. This was led by our mayor and council members. Thank you. Following that, we had birthday cake and gifts for all. The town's Jubilee festivities will continue throughout 2012. Please visit www.losgatosca.gov/Jubilee for more information on upcoming events and to view the Jubilee Year photo gallery. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. And I want to follow on that, and I see some familiar faces here, and I'm going to ask you to stand because we can only do so much. And what really made the 125th anniversary work was volunteers. And so I was at Bachman Park. Is Michelle Boudreau here? Please stand up. And John Hogan. Michelle's from CASA, and John is from Teen Force, and they coordinated the activities at Bachman Park, and we thank you very much for that. At Gatos Park, April, is it Mayton? And Deanna Hoggard from Mulberry School, Dr. Horn from the local veterans, Natalie Adi from the Bellwood Neighborhood Association and Mulberry School. If you're here, would you all please stand? Let's give them a round of applause as well. Thank you. At Blossom Hill Park, Town Treasure, that's what I'm going to call you from now on, John. John Lochner and Mary Ellen Graham from the Lions Club. Judging from the green shirts I see before me, Claire Pate, Norma Iris from the Los Gatos Montessorino CERT. Would you guys please stand? Because you did a great job out at La Rinconada Park. And at Live Oak Manor Park was Amy Despars and the Adopt a Park program from Live Oak Manor Park. Thank you guys. And herding all of these cats was Jackie Rose, our community outreach coordinator, who really did a great job, Jackie. Thank you very, very much. So we appreciate I've said it before in many different venues, that the volunteers in this town are really what make Los Gatos so special, the involvement of so many people. And we appreciate all of you who participated and made the 125th anniversary of our town unique and wonderful. So thank you all. We're going to move on to the consent items. The Vice Mayor has pulled number 3. Does any other council member wish to pull? Seeing none. Any members of the public wish to pull a consent item? Seeing none. We'll look for a motion on items 1 and 2.
And we do have a desk item.
Oh, I'm sorry. You asked me if I wanted to say it or whether I wanted. Yeah, we do have a desk item on number 1 before you. Vice Mayor.
All right, I will move to approve the consent calendar now consisting of items 1 and 2, and noting for myself that I will be abstaining from item 5 of agenda item 1.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Brzezinski. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll hear item number 3 at the end of this evening's hearings. Now is the time for verbal communications. This is the time for anybody who wishes to speak on any item not on tonight's agenda. You'll have an opportunity to do so. I don't have any cards at the moment, but then again, I haven't reminded everybody to fill out cards if they wish to speak on this. In the back of the benches in front of you are cards which you can fill out to speak on any item on tonight's agenda. But for verbal communications, the issue on which you speak must not be on tonight's agenda. Do we have anybody that wishes to speak under verbal communications? Seeing none, we'll move on to public hearings. This will be agenda item number 4, conditional use permit application, U-12-007. Property location is 40 North Santa Cruz Avenue, Suite A. Property APN 529-03050. Property owner is Los Gatos Investments, LLC. Applicants Stephen Shelton and James Marino. And it's consider a request to operate a restaurant with outdoor seating and full alcohol service on property zoned C2. Staff report given by Marnie Mosley. Ms. Mosley.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. The subject site is located at the southeast corner of North Santa Cruz Avenue and Elm Street. The unit is one of 5 that was created from the previous Domus space. The applicant is requesting approval to operate a restaurant with full liquor service and a maximum of 22 seats. Up to 5 of those seats would be located in a proposed uncovered outdoor patio area. The applicant is proposing operating hours from 11:30 a.m. until 11 p.m. Monday through Thursday, midnight on Friday and Saturday, and 10 p.m. on Sunday. The application was considered by the Planning Commission on August 8th of 2012, and based on Ordinance 2021 regarding the conversion of retail space in the downtown, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended denial of the application. The verbatim minutes of that meeting are included in your staff report, as well as many letters from the community in both support and opposition to the application. While the application complies with the town alcohol policy and would not impact parking or traffic, the conversion of retail in this location is not in compliance with Ordinance 2021, and staff would recommend denial of the application. This completes staff's report. We are here if you have any questions.
Do we have any questions of staff? And while we're considering questions of staff, why don't we do disclosures and we'll just work our way down?
All right, I met with both the applicants and the property owners on site.
I have met with the property owner and the applicant, not on site.
And I met with the applicant and property owners, not on site.
I had a phone conversation with the applicant.
I met with the applicant and the property owners at Pete's Coffee.
I'll take that to be not on site. Okay, any questions for staff? Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. This isn't a question, but whenever the last time we had a CUP application, I talked about the need for having some boilerplate language in the staff report that reminds the applicant and the public and the deciding body that while it's very interesting to hear about the business plan, this is a land use decision, and it really needs to stay focused on what's the appropriate use for that land. And so many times the conversation veers off into menu items or what year wine's going to be served, which, you know, again, is interesting but has nothing to do with the land use application. And I really would like to encourage us to make that a standard part of staff reports to help frame the conversation so that people understand what's going on and don't get off track.
My apologies for neglecting to put that in.
And I'll also call your attention that there is a desk item for this agenda item as well. No other questions for staff? Then I will call the applicant or applicants forward. You'll have 10 minutes to present. And again, if you wish to speak on this or the subsequent items on the agenda, please fill out one of these cream-colored cards and turn it into the clerk on my left, your right. Please identify yourself, and you'll have 10 minutes. I just want to make sure everybody's aware. Your entire group, the applicants, and okay.
That's correct.
Is 10 minutes.
Yes. My name is James Marino, business partner with Stephen Shelton that's applying for this CUP. Just a few words I'd like to say. I could stand up here and talk about what we're going to do and how. the food we will serve, and that many people will be frequenting the Lexington House. I'm sure you've heard it many times before, but the thing that we feel is vital and will benefit the town the most, other than new revenue, is our green design and green practices. Simply put, we're calling other restaurants bluffs. They use the local organic food that is sustainable theme, but all the while, the restaurant is anything but sustainable. We're taking it one step further and actually doing what we serve, in a way mirroring the town's new library. We are constantly reminded that the green economy is coming. Well, here it is, and we want it to be a part of downtown Los Gatos, and we want others to see that it can be done and how. We feel that now is the time to offer a new restaurant in downtown Los Gatos, which will have many benefits. It will help Los Gatos compete with other surrounding downtown areas, such as Campbell and Willow Glen. This will not only bring in new revenue for the town, but can add foot traffic during lunch and early evening hours, which will increase business to the retail spots. Furthermore, with us being new faces in the restaurant scene downtown, it will add a spark and a sense of excitement to the area, because we not only have ties to the town and surrounding areas of Los Gatos, but also we have roots. With Stefan being a resident of Los Gatos, and both of us having worked here for years, we are intertwined with Los Gatos. With letters already submitted, and for those here today in support of us, we feel there is a communal call for a new and exciting food option downtown on an otherwise dark side of North Santa Cruz Avenue. Fine food complemented by creative drinks set in a communal and welcoming atmosphere that will offer the option to sit outdoors when the seasons permit. And all this keeps with the town's ideal of a mixed and vibrant downtown. Just within the former Doma space itself, there are now 4 retail stores and 1 open space. This mirrors the downtown zone where it is 4 retail to 1 restaurant/food service. We are small business owners, just like the majority of other businesses located in downtown, whether referring to retail or restaurant spaces. We aren't a corporate or formula chain. We would be keeping it a locally owned small business mix, which is key to the town's well-being and one of the biggest reasons we are excited to open in this location. Now let's be honest, we could have taken this concept and restaurant to a surrounding community, but we didn't. We chose Los Gatos first. We want to be here and add to the community. We want our neighbors to walk in, enjoy themselves, and have great service and delicious food. We want those coming from elsewhere to get a feel for the town within our walls, to have this business represent the town of Los Gatos. We will offer an ever-changing menu of fine food that mirrors nature and the seasons. A small, well-crafted, thoughtful menu with playful dishes that are paired with seasonal and artful beverages that complement each other. In short, it will be a welcoming, small, communal, and vibrant place just like the town of Los Gatos.
I'm the other guy. Stephen Shelton, it's an honor to be here, quite honestly. Jimmy said it best, but let's get to the facts. The facts are pretty simple and straightforward. We're here to say that the Planning Commission's findings were incorrect. We're arguing a couple things. I'm just going to list them down and keep it straightforward and simple. Number 1, we believe we're not taking over a retail spot. That the whole location where Farwell is redeveloped is we consider a whole brand new building, to where you have, again, the 4-to-1 mix, which the town, I do believe, promotes, which is 4 retail to approximately 1 food service. That's number 1. Number 2, it's a simple fact that it adds a balance to the town, which everyone preaches about, is the healthy balance of a unique downtown where it's offers shopping and places to eat. And furthermore, a fine dining establishment where there are very few, if any, in that whole corridor. We point to Ford's Mill, perhaps, as the only real true fine dining restaurant in that corridor, and Palacio, those 2. The other thing, it offers outside seating, which I do believe it's policy CD 10.2, which refers to the general plan. It talks about the town encouraging outside seating in the downtown corridor, which creates a lively outdoor atmosphere, people intermingling and sitting outside enjoying themselves, which the town, I do believe, wants to see. Lastly, it's simple. Again, we're not displacing retail, we believe. It's a 4-to-1. It's a brand new building. We've created 5 spots. Only one's going to be a small, intimate restaurant. And that's my argument. Thank you.
Any questions for either Mr. Shelton or Mr. Marino? Oh, sorry. Keep going.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and mayor. Jason Farwell, I am here on behalf of the landlord. In short, and I agree with council member Member McNutt's comments. This is a land use issue, and to get to the heart of it, Ordinance 2012 discourages the displacement of retail. We knew that going in when we decided to convert this from a single tenant to 5 storefronts, and it was a calculated decision on our part. And really, in doing that, we believe that we've actually created additional retail spaces, right? There's 4 retail spaces. We're looking for 1 food use here at this particular location. And really, the intent, I believe, of Ordinance 2012, or 2021, excuse me, was storefronts, not square footage. So if you take that into account, we're a +3 here at this particular location. And in fact, I think we've actually helped the community in general with the expansion of Gardino's and James Randall down the street when they took over retail. Well, now we've got a couple more retail spaces to account for those spaces that have gone away. So we would urge you to rethink the commission's decision or recommendation based on Ordinance 2021. I think the other issue that's kind of front and center is the saturation issue. Is there too many restaurants or food uses in downtown? Well, one could certainly make the argument that there is. I don't believe that there is. There are food uses in downtown. There are a lot of different food uses, right? There are bakeries, there's the coffee houses, there's the kind of fast food to-go restaurants or food establishments. And we can name those off, right? We've got the small Andalays. We've got Pizza My Heart, for example. But when you really get down to the nitty-gritty on the food use issue in that particular area there in the Central Business District, there are not a lot of fine dining establishments on North Santa Cruz Avenue. And in particular, there are not a lot with outside seating. You really have, as Stefan pointed out, Palazzio's and Forbes Mill. And then you got James Randall down the street. But this particular stretch of North Santa Cruz Avenue is, it's ground zero for the heart of downtown. And this location in particular, as we all know, it was the former Steamers. We think it's perfectly suited for another restaurant. It's got the grease trap. It's got all the plumbing from the original Steamers. And I think it's going to offer a great, diverse experience here in our town, especially with that outside seating. That's a premium, and I think it should be given great consideration tonight, because there really is no other opportunity for outside seating on that stretch of North Santa Cruz. As far as, I'll quickly just surmise here, there are some points here that need to be hit on in the general plan. And I think that this application supports those. It's the encouragement of the retention of locally owned stores and shops, encourage the retention of small businesses and independent stores and shops in downtown, consistent with small town character. I think these guys bring this to this location. Maintains and expands resident-oriented services and creates employment opportunities. This business will create significant employment opportunities for locals, which I think is an important aspect of the application. And it's also broadening our tax base. And lastly, I'll hit on it one last time because I think it is really important, outside seating. I really appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll look to council for questions of any of the applicants. Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Mr. Farwell, actually a couple questions. The first is, what is the total square footage of the former Domus site before you broke it into the 5 new units?
Sure. I believe it's right around 7,400 on the ground floor. There is a mezzanine for storage, which is an additional 1,200 square feet.
And then the current square footage, just so the people can hear, of this new restaurant that is being proposed.
Yeah, I believe that this restaurant's footprint is approximately 1,450 square feet.
And one other question, if I may. What year did your family purchase this property?
That's a question I can't answer. It's been in our family for a long, long time.
Do you remember?
I suspect it's been in my family since my great-great-grandfather, John Linden.
So was it a gas station at the time? What?
I couldn't go through all the uses, but I know prior to this particular building being put in place, it was a gas station, correct?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. And I don't know if this is going to be for the applicants or for staff. And it seems so mundane after these great presentations, but we have Exhibit A 2.1, and I don't know who can speak to that or if staff can. In that exhibit, there are the words dining area, and then there is a black line, and then there's the right side of the black line. And I was just wondering, is there any significance to that black line? Is that a wall, or is it just a line there for some purpose?
My apologies. I just see a copy. Mrs. Spector, I'm sorry.
A 2.1?
So I'm looking at the diagram. Look at the diagram. That is a wall that separates. That's just a line. I don't know why that's there.
All right, it's just a line. It's not a wall.
Not a wall. Not at all.
All right, and then you have drawings of what appear to be little tables and little chairs. Are those of any significance to your ultimate placement of table and chairs?
Pretty much that's where we desire to put them, correct.
Right. And then again, this may be a question for staff, I'm not sure. I believe there was mention in the staff report that the number of seats was at least in part tied to additional off-site square footage, and if either the applicant or staff, I'll start with staff. Can you explain that to me?
Yes. Let me see. It's more clearly shown on sheet A 1.1 of that same exhibit. There's a small office area at the back to the rear of, I believe it's suite either C or D, that they will be leasing. It will be part of the lease, and it will be part of the CUP that gives them, I think it's like 2 seats additional. And they will be using that for their office storage area. So it would be it's part of the gross leasable area of the property. And so there is parking associated with that. And so that area is being tied to this CUP.
All right, so I can understand the square footage requiring X amount of parking, and you're saying that it has sufficient parking, correct? But what's not clear to me is that one could have off-premise square footage that allows you to have on-premise seats.
It is part of the same site. It's not an off-premise. It is not attached to this suite, but it is on this site.
On-site being the entire ABCDE?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions of staff or the applicants? Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure who the question is directed to. 3 of your strongest arguments for approval is your green business practices, the fine dining, and independent, not formula. None of those 3, just like menu items, are guaranteed in the CUP. So in the sense of, those are all promises that you're making tonight, but if if we grant this and it goes forward, in fact, you could change your concept and not be fine dining. You're not required. You could stop doing your green business practices, and I believe we have no restriction that would stop it from selling into a formula chain restaurant. So what guarantees would you be willing to make, and staff may get involved in this conversation also, to make sure that your three strongest points, from my point of view, are locked in and guaranteed?
They are promises. Promises are meant to be broken. I understand that. But that's through and through our heart and soul. That's what I believe in. It just happens to be food and drink. That is our caveat to do that, to bring a green establishment to the Los Gatos. Our three strongest arguments, I would respectfully disagree with that. I think our strongest argument, again, we talked about land use, which is what this decision is all about, land use. And we're arguing, again, land use. It is a 4-to-1 ratio. There's 4 retail spots, there's 1 restaurant. I think tonight's decision is going to be based on that. But again, I'll say 4-to-1 is our argument, but we will be a green restaurant. We will be sustainable. We will be green. It's our desire to do so. We have no other reason not to.
I'd just like to add one point to that. You know, we were really, really careful about who we looked at for this location, and we're really obviously we own some other property in town. We're really, really careful about who we ask to come in our buildings, and we're not selling this property. I know that I can't make a guarantee that we're never selling, but our property's not for sale. It's on the public record here tonight. And we're going to be very, very careful about who we let into this location. We're not going to bring in some chain restaurant. You know, you have my word on that. We're not. We're very particular, and we want locals.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Mosley.
Staff would just like to note that the conditions of approval do include a condition that requires it to be a quality restaurant.
Okay.
It could be formula, but it would have to be a quality sit-down restaurant. Any operating agreement would have to be offered by the property owner and the applicant for additional conditions.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and go to the public hearing. The applicants will have 5 minutes at the end for any additional comments or rebuttal. You'll have 3 minutes. I've got quite a number of cards. If you don't need to use the 3 minutes, don't have to use all 3 minutes. We'll start with Tina Goodman.
Good evening. My name is Tina Goodman. I live in Los Gatos, up the street from the DMV, and my address is listed on the card. I'm a consumer and live in Los Gatos, and I support this restaurant. I hope that was less than 30 seconds.
That was great. Okay.
I support this restaurant.
Thank you. I'm going to ask no applause or anything from the audience, so it's just not appropriate. And I'm just guessing this might have some relation. Clay Goodman. Same address.
I'm Clay Goodman, and it is the same address. And I just would like to encourage the council to encourage locals to start businesses here locally and to create jobs and tax base for us. And I think the space, since it was divided into more spaces than originally was, that it seems like it's still within the plan of the 4 or 5 to 1. It still makes sense geographically from retail to restaurants.
Thank you. Greg Papadopoulos. Did I say that right?
Mr. Mayor and Council, I'm Greg Papadopoulos, 140 Cruffield Heights, and my wife and I have a letter of support in the package for this, so I'm not going to spend all the time going back through that. I'll just say, obviously, we're all here. We love the town. And we love the ability just to walk around town, walk into both do shopping and to get things to eat at various levels. And we think it's really synergistic. And we love what goes on in that. Actually, from our preference, we'd like to have more sort of smaller, higher concept places in this way. We love on our side of the tracks what happened with Enoteca. And that's just added a lot of vibrancy and a lot of attraction to us in that area. And I'd also just observe, I'm from kind of engineer venture side of things, and we're at this great nexus of innovation and small town. And this just feels just right to me. I mean, there's this sense of innovation of, not only green, but just a concept here that actually, I think if there were further people in the space, they would have to follow something similar to this. We love the outdoor side. And I think this really represents the values as we see it as Los Gatos, just local and innovative. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Showalter?
Hi, my name is Jim Showalter. My wife and I have lived in Los Gatos for more than 20 years. We like it here a lot. Let's talk about land use. I think that the general plan is missing some terrible event that's begun without realizing it, which is that Amazon is now paying sales tax. And what that means is that Amazon can build a warehouse, it can build a fulfillment center anywhere it wants to in the United States. There's nothing keeping them from establishing a locus or a nexus in a particular city or state. So the only reason you can't get daily delivery from Amazon today is that they haven't built their warehouse yet in Milpitas, but they've already told analysts that that's their next plan for expansion, is they're going to do that day delivery. You order something in the morning, it shows up that day. So now, if you maybe in the past would have said, I've got to run downtown because I can't wait for this thing to show up tomorrow or the day after, you don't have that problem. You get online, you order it by 11 o'clock, it's there by 4 in the afternoon. So this is going to crater even further retail establishments. The only thing Amazon can't sell online is stuff that you have to physically show up to do. Get your nails done, get a haircut, eat a meal, get your car lubricated. All of those things that require a physical presence are something that Amazon cannot deliver. But Amazon can certainly deliver a blouse. And so we've got a general plan that is emphasizing retail over the very kinds of things that could continue to keep our downtown alive, which are reasons to go downtown. I don't have to go downtown to get a blouse. I'd walk downtown to get a meal if there was a place to eat, but if I'm getting a wife for Lisa, I just go online, click, 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 and it's going to show up by 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's great. I didn't have to spend any gas. I didn't have to fight for parking. So I'm urging the town council to look at this as an opportunity to give the downtown more reasons for people to show up in person, not fewer reasons to show up in person. Thank you.
Thank you. John Riviello?
John Riviello. I live on Camino del Cerro in Los Gatos, and I'm going to ditto what he said. That's exactly it. That I think the internet and Amazon and eBay and even to some extent Craigslist has made a big difference in the way retail operates. And any small business, whether it's retail or a restaurant, is extremely difficult. But I think the challenge today is really more in retail and as restaurants. And I think that the ordinance 2021 needs to really be reviewed in the land use aspect of it to allow more services that are really needed. Retail is not needed. I know people that come to Los Gatos. It's a destination. It's a destination not for shopping, it's a destination for food and relaxation, to go to the parks and stuff. So I think it's important that this, that we focus more on what's going to bring people into town to give us the revenue that we need as a community, rather than sticking by an ordinance that could be how many years old. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Thune.
Hi, I've also lived in Los Gatos for 18 years now. I live walking distance to downtown.
I would probably go downtown every night if I had enough of a variety of something to eat. So, I think one of my biggest complaints or issues with the whole decision here is the inconsistency of the town's decision, which is we've had James Randall expand into retail, we've had Gardino's expand into retail, we've had a hair salon on East Main expand into retail when we supposedly had a moratorium on nail salons. So I'd just like to see some consistency in the decisions that are made in town. And I don't think, I think there's some fear over what this is going to be, but it's going to be a nice restaurant. And I know the people who are doing this. And, we're not talking about a Carrie Nations or a CB Hannigan's where people are going to be getting, drunk out of their minds. I mean, it's a place to go sit down and have a nice dinner without having a really expensive meal at like something like a Forbes. So a lot of people have talked about the fact that retail is not working downtown, and I think one of the reasons retail is not working downtown is if you look at some of the stores that we've got down there. One of the things that just makes my skin crawl when I walk downtown is the toy soldier store. I mean, what worse kind of thing can you have to represent the town than something that is trying to sell something around war? So, I've heard the argument from the town that, we can't dictate what's in there, but the formula retail equation is dictated by the town, and you can control that. And, maybe we do need some bigger stores in here that can sustain themselves rather than the mom and pop shops, which are, I've lived here 20 years, and it's pretty much every year I'd say 20-30% of the town, turns over. So anyway, I just think this is a good thing for town. I would look forward to eating there on a regular basis. And I think outside seating is something that this town sorely lacks. If you look at what Santana Row did, one of the biggest draws of Santana Row is its restaurants and its outside seating. And if I had my druthers, we'd close down North Santa Cruz and basically have a lot more in the middle of the street. So I just think the town really needs to rethink the formula for downtown. Thanks.
Kim Simon?
Hi, good evening. Thanks for letting me take a moment to speak on behalf of Lexington House. And I did write a letter of support, but I'd rather take the time to speak really from my heart about what I think Lexington House will do for not only my family, but for the community. My husband and my 2 small children and I moved here 5 years ago with a dream not only to raise our children here, but to retire here, spend our golden ages here. And I think that in so many ways, Los Gatos has lived up to the dream that we envisioned when we moved here. One thing, and this just happened the other night, we were walking around, it was a beautiful night, and when it came time after we did our window shopping and walked around, was to decide where to eat for dinner, and it came down to the same 3 choices. And they're fantastic choices, but I think this town is craving, no pun intended, another restaurant. And something that offers fine dining, sophistication, thoughtful and conscientious food, and also great drinks and a familiar atmosphere that makes you want to bring your friends and family and people visiting town. The Lexington House will bring that. And also, when you add a restaurant, you draw people that are going to go shopping, that are going to want to spend vacations and weekends off here, that are they're going to want to buy houses here. And that helps our community be what we want it to be as well. So on behalf of, I guess, myself and my family, I just want to say I am a staunch supporter of the Lexington House, and I hope for your approval of their permit tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Mulcahy.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Michael Mulcahy, and I live in San Jose in the Willow Glen area. And I come to Los Gatos regularly because my kids go to Hillbrook School. I'm one of your customers. And but I'm also in the real estate business. We own 11 buildings in the Willow Glen neighborhood business district. And we've been working to achieve balance for as long as we've owned buildings over the last 20 years and know that it can be a difficult task. But when you have quality tenants who come your way, it makes for an easier decision. When we think about the idea of taking a 7,500 square foot building, breaking that up into 5, 4 retail, 1 restaurant, seems like really good use of space and a great opportunity to create that balance that your policies are really trying to achieve. So I really encourage you to take an opportunity to approve Lexington House tonight, because I think you really are living up to your commitment on land use with respect to that. I actually got in the restaurant business recently. We opened the table with one of your people, Jim Stump from Los Gatos Brewery. Went through the CUP. We took an old building, turned it into something beautiful. We've opened 3 weeks. Restaurants are not for the faint of heart. So when you have someone who's willing to make the kind of investment that this group is, they're doing it the right way. I encourage you to approve them tonight. Approve the Lexington House. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Wayne, is it Mail Hut?
Hi, Wayne Mailhot, and I live in Montessorino, and lived in Los Gatos for 3 or 4 years, but been going to Los Gatos like a lot of these people for 20 plus years, ate at the original steamers. And I just want to put the perspective that I'm in sales, been in sales for 20 years, have a corporate account at IDT, and my boss lives near here, and so is his boss, and they spend a lot of money at Deodeco and Los Gatos Brewing Company, and you're not lacking. You need a restaurant like this. And we look for getting people down here. We have choices. To use the corporate money. I know you got all these other accounts because I can see around here, I'm a community guy, other people and their husbands are in sales, just like I. And I think it'd be a great, my wife will talk about it being green and outdoors at a real Los Gatos, but I think you're really missing that. There's a lot of corporate executive and corporate salespeople here that want to bring people to downtown, and you need a place like this, especially with mixed drinks and fresh food. Thanks.
Thank you. Joe Cardona?
Good evening, thank you. I'm a Silicon Valley resident, born and raised all my life, and I'll keep this short and simple, but the main reason I go to places like Santana Row, Willow Glen, downtown Campbell, and Los Gatos are for its restaurants. And I was very excited when I heard the proposition that Stefan has here this evening, because I look forward to coming to Los Gatos for its restaurants. With the departure of the Valerianos, I'm hard-pressed to find something new and exciting to come to downtown Los Gatos for. If any of you have ever had his level of quality and service and food, this guy is phenomenal, and I was very excited to hear that he might be opening a restaurant here. So I hope you approve this proposition tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Struthers?
Good evening, I'm Nick Struthers. I've prepared something I did earlier because I know the time is precious and there's a lot to go through, so I'm just going to read from this piece of paper I prepared earlier today. So myself and my wife Julie would like to thank the Town Council for giving us the opportunity to speak in support of our friend Stephen Shelton's Lexington House concept. As a recent US citizen, we recognise and appreciate the opportunity to air our views in such a forum. We are fortunate to live in such a town which has a privileged lifestyle and already has some fantastic restaurants. We see that the addition of Lexington House will not only provide a cool and exciting destination, but enhance the corner of North Santa Cruz Avenue with our European cafe-like outdoor dining. As we own and live in the only single-family home in the south side of Santa Cruz Avenue, we look forward to walking down to Lexi's in the not-too-distant future. There is clearly a global trend for responsible and sustainable businesses, and there is a unique opportunity here for the Los Gatos Town Council to continue to lead by example in considering Stefan's application. The Town Council has a great opportunity in supporting a real local business which will not only enhance this area of North Santa Cruz Avenue, but also support the trend for businesses to consider the wider environment we live in. As voters, we believe this needs to be addressed. After living over 16 years in the US, the last 13 of them in the same house in Los Gatos, we have come to recognize the importance of opportunity and competition in making a difference in our country and our community. Giving a local man an opportunity to pursue his dreams and ambitions and compete fairly with other established businesses in Los Gatos is what this country and our community is all about. I'd just like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. Chris Yamashita.
Hello, my name is Chris Yamashita. I live in San Jose. I do come here and frequent Los Gatos a lot, and Campbell as well. I'm here to support Jim Marino and Stephen Shelton in their application. I'd like to talk about a couple things. I know the city council or the town council is concerned about the land use of this particular property. And as an entrepreneur myself, looking at different properties is very important. And from what I understand, there's certain utilities in the facility itself, and talk about it being a gas station in the past and possibly using that area down below as interceptor or a grease trap. If you have those kinds of things in a facility, it makes it a lot more attractive to a new business owner to come in and use that facility for its purpose. If I were to go to another facility, it would make it less attractive. So I think if you pass up on this, it could be a missed opportunity in using it for what it really could be used for, rather than disrupting another property and maybe even having to do other retrofits and such in order to make that happen. I know that might be some concern about their character, but there should absolutely not be any concern about their character. I think in my past working with them, they have always represented their businesses in the most responsible manner. If you go to Chin Chin, they've certainly represented that place with the utmost respect, responsibility, and fun. So I hope you accept their application for their CUP.
Thank you. William Kashub.
It should come as no surprise to the council members that I'm not in line with this. I usually appear here as a gadfly, and once again, I'm a gadfly. We have a planning commission that is charged with making decisions such as this. It was 6-0, and it was not, as Mr. Farwell said, it was not a recommendation. It was a rule. It was a decision that was made based on the existing use definitions that exist in this town. They're not out there just voting these things down. I would also like to say that the thing that troubles me the most about, two things that trouble me the most about this, it's yet another liquor license in this town. They don't have a right to a liquor license. And if we keep on giving these liquor licenses out, our young people in this town are going to get the feeling that booze is just perfectly all right for adults, it's perfectly all right on the streets, and it's perfectly all right in any place you ever go into. I am a recovering alcoholic, and it appalls me at the amount of alcohol that is available on the streets of Los Gatos. It just appalls me. And it's a very, very bad example to send to young people. And finally, one thing. What is to prevent Mr. Farwell, okay, when this restaurant gets in trouble, of expanding into the entire Domus area so that he has a much larger restaurant in the middle of the downtown area where they're serving more and more alcohol? And believe me, I project that that's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Young.
I'm Steve Young. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for over 18 years. I love this town. We do a really good job here. 14 years ago, David Kinch from Manresa came in and took the Min Kwan retail store and made it into a world-renowned restaurant. I think we need to give these guys a chance to do something similar, to take their ideas, they're young guys. We need to give them a chance, and I think the 4-to-1 ratio will be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Lennon.
I'm Kim Lennon, a resident of Los Gatos now for 4 years. I owned a home here for 5 years and then moved out to Campbell for a few years and couldn't wait to get back to raise my 2 young kids here. I love what this community offers in terms of the shopping, the exercise resources, the great community events that we all really have come to know and love here, that really represent the tight community that we are. And I think that's what this really is all about. I think the argument for the mixed-use space, the combination of retail, there's additional retail being added to the town in terms of number of businesses, and there'll be one new really distinctive, classy restaurant that the people, that the families and the young people of Los Gatos are craving. They're craving an additional variety. They're craving that green, sustainable, vibrant food, something that's uber seasonal, something that's changing, something that is innovative. I urge you to give these 2 young men a chance to fulfill their dream and for the community here to benefit from everything they will bring. I hope you approve Lexington House.
Thank you. David Eng.
Hi, I'm David Eng. I live on Sobey Road, so I'm actually right in between Saratoga and Los Gatos. And I always choose to come to Los Gatos, my wife and I, because there's these fresh, vibrant restaurants around. And, you know, I don't go to Saratoga because there aren't these type of things. There's a difference between what Los Gatos does and Saratoga does. And I want you guys to keep up that trend. Show me something new. Bring my business back here over and over again. And my friends in San Francisco and Palo Alto, I'm not going to convince them to come down, visit Los Gatos to go, as somebody said, a toy soldier store. They might think it's neat, but they're not going to come down and shop there. However, if there's a restaurant across the way that I want them to come to, I show them this is fantastic. They'll come, they'll buy stuff at the candy store, they'll buy stuff at the toy soldier store. They'll support the retail while they're here, but they're not going to come here just to go to the retail by itself. So, you know, just try to keep an open mind and support these 2 guys here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ulf Veneris. Hopefully I didn't botch that too badly.
No, that's fine. Mayor, council members, my name is Ulf Veneras. I'm going to try to share a different light on this. So I'm actually moved to Los Gatos 4 weeks ago. I'm Swedish. Last 2.5 years I lived in South Africa. I've been doing business in over 46 different countries around the world. And when you travel around a lot, there is one thing. Sometimes you come to a small city that you really like. And for us, me and my wife, when we came to Los Gatos, that was the thing. And typically what attracts you to a new city is when you have some small restaurants and you have the opportunity to sit outside, to mix with the local people and get to know people. And from what I've heard today, there's a lot of people supporting this. I think this is the brilliance of the democracy. We have the committee saying their thing, trying to follow the rules. At the same time, we have a lot of people here having the strong support for this case. And it's just brilliant. And for us coming here as new people, again, what really attracted us to Los Gatos was the small restaurants, the opportunity to walk around in the small city and really meet with the local people and get to know and start to get some friends here. So that's why I support this.
Thank you. Dwight Perkins.
Hi, my name is Dwight Perkins. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for 21 years. And one of the things that I love is passion, and these guys got it. I have passion for quality, and you can see what Manresa has done to this town. I mean, if you've never eaten there, you got to eat there. And I'm going to say something that these guys haven't said, but when it comes to cocktails, there's a difference between a bartender and a mixologist. Mixologists are rare and they're few. And I travel this country every week on my job, my business. And I'll tell you, what the chef has done at Manresa is what a mixologist does for cocktails. It's not about consumption. It's about quality. And one night, my wife and I went to Chin Chin's, and I saw this guy behind the bar making cocktails. And he was doing it the old-fashioned way. He was measuring everything. This guy was precise. This guy was a mixologist. And at the end of the day, when you tasted that cocktail, it's unlike anything you've ever tasted. It's not about the quantity, it's about the quality. This town doesn't have anybody like this. And this guy back here is a mixologist. And for that reason, I'll visit this place and I recommend you approve it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer Kroll?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Kroll, and I'm speaking on favor of Lexington House. I own a business a couple doors down from the proposed location, and I've owned businesses for 15 years in many different states and different locations, and every single time there was a top quality restaurant next door, our business boomed. And so as a retailer in this town, I hope that you will approve it. Thanks.
Thank you. Carrie, is it Jacquet?
Thank you for letting me speak. I come from the land south Morgan Hill, far, far away. And I don't bring a vote, but I bring cash and have been bringing cash ever since I learned about Chin Chin through a social media posting that Stefan did about a special event he was having, a cocktail mixology class. And I'm not an alcoholic, and I won't be even if this restaurant is opened. But I will tell you that when I think about the land use argument, and you're right to protect that, I think about the things that they are talking about doing to maintain the California Sustainability Alliance work and all the things that you guys are about. They're bringing in the produce, they're bringing in the work from local people. That, to me, is more critical from a land use perspective than having some shirts that are made in China sold here. I mean, quite honestly. And so I would just suggest that you think through what really does impact the community and what will bring people like me from Morgan Hill, for goodness sakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Brown.
My name is Greg Brown. I'm a resident of San Jose. I live about 3/4 of a mile from Santana Row. And according to Mint.com, I spend between $600 and $1,200 a month in the city of Los Gatos on dining. On Santa Cruz Avenue, the addresses, I spend $37 on dining. I encourage you to think about that spend process because about 60% of my spend is actually funded by my employer, who is a San Jose, a Valley area employer, who is funding that spend process in the form of entertainment. So I encourage you to think about this vote that you have tonight, free enterprise versus Proposition 21.
Okay, Megan Mailhut.
Hello, I live in Monte Sereno. I fully support Lexington House. I think they're just incredibly innovative. I know Stefan personally. He's incredibly talented, genuine. I think there's a lot of active people in this town that like to maybe finish their bike ride or their run or their outing with a nice place to dine that's affordable. And as well as Kim Simon, I would appreciate a lot more variety here. We tend to go to the same restaurants, especially with our kids. And I just think it's a very fantastic concept.
Thank you. Okay, I'm down to 2 cards. For the 3 people in the audience who have not yet spoken, if you want to fill out a card and get that in, please turn it in to the clerk on my left and your right. See, I knew I'd find one. Bill Lennon.
I've never talked in front of politicians before. It's kind of interesting. So I'm here for Brussels sprouts. It's all about Brussels sprouts. So I grew up hating Brussels sprouts, couldn't stand them. My kids didn't like Brussels sprouts. Stefan has a recipe for Brussels sprouts. I love it. My kids eat them like crazy. For nothing else beyond that, you should need to open the restaurant up, because I'm sure other people in this town would like to be able to enjoy Brussels sprouts also. Thank you.
Bob Allen.
My name is Bob Allen, and been in the town forever. Born and raised here, 60-some years. And I echo many of the things that have already been said tonight, but the one thing that I'd like to bring to the discussion is, I think, the history and the evolution of a town, and remembering back to the 50s and the 60s, and how the town grew and how the town wanted to increase development, increase business, to try to bring in those tax dollars and bring the people here. And then the next step was, and I think it was in the 80s, the wine festival kind of put a damper on a lot of that development, and the alcohol was overly consumed, got a bad rap, and things shifted directions. But I think that now they've shifted back to the point where, as they've mentioned, we have Willow Glen downtown that has revamped themselves, Mountain View that has revamped themselves, Santana Row, Campbell, and Los Gatos. I don't know that I can remember that many restaurants that have gone out of business versus the number of retail businesses that have left the area. And having been a retail business owner for the last 35, 40 years, I can relate to that. But I think we're missing the boat if we don't follow the evolution of what the people who are spending the money want at this time. And they want a destination to be able to come here, spend their dollars, relax, have something to eat, and there needs to be a variety of choices for them to accomplish that. I do encourage the vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mindy Raynack.
Thank you for having me. I'm just going to read because I'm super nervous.
Don't be nervous.
I wouldn't do this for very many people. I'm Mindy Raynack. I live in Los Gatos with my husband and 2 children. We've resided here for close to 10 years and have patronized Los Gatos for over 20. On to why we're here, Lexington House. If I were asked to describe one of the proprietors, Stefan Shelton, who I've gotten to know over the last couple years with 5 adjectives, they would be genuine, passionate, down to earth, knowledgeable, classy. That was so hard to narrow it down to 5. If you've ever seen someone in their element, that truly speaks to him and his craft. This is his destiny, and I'm sure his partners as well. I only hope he lives out that destiny here versus somewhere else. I don't know of a place currently like Lexington House, sustainable, innovative, community-minded, small enough to truly acknowledge and value each patron. Already, Stefan has generously donated his time and talent to our school, which he doesn't have children at or really a connection with. He was not solicited, he just volunteered. As far as retail versus dining, they've been covered quite a bit, but I hope we elevate the value of experiences here over things. No offense, retail.
Thank you. And Mia, is it Zercher?
Mia Zurcher.
Zurcher.
Yes. I work in the food and beverage industry, and I've had the pleasure of knowing Jimmy and Stefan personally and professionally, and they're both extremely conscientious and respectful. And when I go out with my friends, I don't go out to party and drink. I go out to dine and to eat, and we're living in a time of food culture. And I think that, I don't come to Los Gatos to shop. There are some nice places here, but I come out with my friends to have dinner or a drink. And I just think that they're really passionate and devoted, and if they don't get this space, they will go elsewhere, and you'll be losing a lot of business. I mean, obviously there are a lot of people here who are really excited to dine and, frequent their restaurant. So that's all.
Thank you. I have no other cards. Is there anybody else who hasn't yet filled one out that wanted to speak on this item? There's always one. Give the card to the clerk, and then if you could identify yourself at the microphone, please.
Name is Matthew McClelland, resident in San Jose. I, too, come to Los Gatos for food, the ambiance, the culture, and it's aggravating to try and plan a Friday night with a group of young working professionals that really look forward to their weekends to have to wait in line or get turned away from a restaurant here in Los Gatos. And it happens far too often. So you end up going elsewhere, and you end up just assuming, Los Gatos, it's too much to go to. With an addition of a nice, classy restaurant that opens it up for people like me to come in and have more options to enjoy the Friday nights. That's it.
Thank you. Don't see anybody else rushing up. I'm going to go ahead and close the public portion of the hearing and invite the applicant to come back up. You'll have 5 minutes to rebut any of the positive things that people have said about you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think the comments that have come before us tonight and before the council have really shown well on the applicants. These guys are qualified. They're here for a reason. We vetted a lot of folks that were interested in opening up a restaurant here in this location. And there were some that wanted to open up a bigger restaurant, and we said no. We wanted it to limit it to this particular portion of the building. We're not going to expand. You folks are also here to control that. So we have no intention, whether the Lexington House is successful or not, which it will be, we're not looking to expand their footprint for the food use. We think the Lexington House is going to be a great addition for a vibrant downtown. It's going to offer everybody a lot of a different option for eating and libation. As far as the Planning Commission is concerned, at the Planning Commission meeting, we believe that they erred in their decision. Everybody makes mistakes. And we would just encourage you to revisit that particular issue regarding Ordinance 2021. We have, I think, a clear case here, a very valid argument that there are more retail uses now than there were before. As far as the saturation issue, clearly, based upon some of the comments you've heard tonight, I think we can confidently move forward with the fact that there is not a saturation of fine dining experience in our downtown. Thank you.
I just want to say a few more things too, real quickly. I think what we need to remember here is that we want to keep a balance and a mix, and I think that we're offering that since there is these added retail spots. I think it's a compliment, and I think it will bring more foot traffic, and honestly, I think it will help the retail spots because it's going to be a balance, and I think something that is shown in that building and shown in downtown in general, and it's something that I'm passionate about, and something that I know Stefan's passionate about is that. This is our livelihood, and this is something we love, and we want to be able to have that opportunity to do that, and we want to do it here. And that's it.
Okay. Anything else? I see none. Any questions from council for the applicants? I see none. I'm going to close the public hearing and open it up for council discussion, questions, or a motion. Councilmember Brzezinski.
Question for staff. When you talk again about the number of seats and the parking ratio that's allotted?
As far as the required seating for
Yes.
this use, it is one space for every 4 seats.
And is that the appropriate allotment that they are currently proposing?
Yes.
Okay. And it's 22 seats total. And if they're exterior seating, those 5 seats will be from the 22.
Correct.
And it drops to 19 if they don't retain lease ownership of the storage space, office space.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Also a question of staff. Just explain to me the concept or the rationale of allowing a use to have additional seats if they're leasing, in this case, storage space off-site. I understand that it's one building, but it's not the same leased area.
The theoretical justification would be that
Theoretical would be good.
they would have to provide storage and office within the 1,500 square feet of their existing space. The core space, Unit A, is 1,487 square feet. That would allow by itself 19 seats, given our parking standards. Presumably, there'd be some office or storage that would be included there. By leasing 200 feet elsewhere on the premises, though not contiguous to that space, but still under one lease arrangement on one parcel of property, that gives them 200 additional square feet, which is where they would move their office and storage, allowing additional seating in Unit A, the 4 units. That's the theoretical rationale. Turn to Marnie or Sandy for additional explanations.
If you have anything.
I would just like to note that it is, if you've ever been over to Chin Chin, they do have a separate office area that is not contiguous. It is with it under the same roof, but it is not. It is separated by an outdoor hallway. So there's other areas that have done that.
And moving to the legal, our parking standards and our seating standards are driven by square feet.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question that kind of follows up on that a little bit. If they weren't going to rent this additional 200 square feet, how many seats would they be looking at? Would it be, I guess we're looking at 22 total. What would be the actual number based on the initial square footage of the restaurant only?
That would be the 19.
Thank you.
And that is restricted under Condition 5. Should the property ever lose leasehold interest of that 200 square feet according to Condition 5, then they'd have to drop to 19 seats.
Any other questions, comments, or a motion? Councilmember Brzezinski.
Let's talk about ordinance 2021. And this would probably be for council and staff. 2021 talks about the issue of protecting retail in the downtown. And I think there's a really significant mechanism by which we have controlled the balance in the downtown. I'm not one to believe that retail is gone and Amazon is in for good. And maybe I'm a dinosaur on this one, but I think that there's some things that you're just not going to be able to buy on your computer screen with the same experience that you have walking down North Santa Cruz or Main Street, sitting with your kids at Plaza Park. It's just not going to happen. We are blessed in this community to have the ambiance and the character and the environment that bring people to town. So I'm going to reject that argument out of hand. Okay, I think that it's really important that, for me at least, that we continue to maintain the kind of mix we have. And the ratio is 80-20, but it's not based on restaurants and retail. It's 80% independent to 20% corporate retail. And that's why we succeed when some of the other communities around us don't. And that particular mechanism has been really to our advantage, and I think that we have to acknowledge that. I think the issue we have right now is looking at 2021 is specifically in relationship to the question of retail replacement. I thought it was an interesting argument made by the applicant that when we expanded those 2 restaurants, Gardino's and James Randall into a retail space, we were basically maintaining the same number of restaurants. So the question of saturation has been raised, and I think that Mr. Farwell raised that. The question of saturation is we do not want to add so many restaurants to the downtown that we become one of those communities that's only restaurant. And I do not like to compare us to Santana Row, because Santana Row, I think, basically is becoming an all-restaurant venue. And that is not what we're trying to achieve. So from my perspective, we have to be very careful of how many of sites now become oversaturation of one particular use. But I will say that I think the comment, again, and it may have been by Mr. Farwell, that, or perhaps not, but one of the members of that team talked about saturation of fine dining. And that might be an issue that we consider, that there may not be the same degree of fine dining restaurants that we have in relationship to the other restaurant types in the downtown. I'm not sure that's true, but I think it's something to be considered in the condition related to saturation. I do also find merit in the argument that says that what was once a single retail establishment is now 4 retail establishments. And if you look at the language of 2021, it really does talk to the issue of not eliminating retail for the sake of restaurant space. But the argument is made. If there had been a single tenant come in to that space to replace Domus, then we probably could not be having this argument at this time. The other thing I want to make sure we're clear of is that the Planning Commission's role is to advise the council. And the Planning Commission did not err. I do not agree that the Planning Commission erred. I think the Planning Commission operated very appropriately and made the right decision based on the limits within which they must operate. And those limits are basically looking at our language, looking at our rules, and applying those rules to the specific case in hand. As I read the Planning Commission's minutes, there were a number of commissioners who praised the concept, praised the operation, praised the proposal, but said, we can't approve because it goes outside the parameters of our decision. So I'm not ready to make a motion. I came in pretty clear about 2021, and I'm now listening to some messages from the members of the community who are here tonight, who are saying we need to look more carefully at what this is about and see how this does really relate to the character of the downtown, and how can we actually fulfill the language of 2021 with the consideration of the issues that you brought forward. I say that as an opinion without any conclusion other than to further discussion.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. This is a hard one. The council not only had the input of all of you who spoke this evening, we also, because we read the minutes of the Planning Commission, so we had the input of those folks who spoke to the Planning Commission. We had all the letters and emails sent to the Planning Commission and to the council. So we have a lot of input. And one of the challenging things is those people who took time to give us input, almost to a person, contribute a lot to our community. So we have folks speaking on one side of the issue or the other who contribute a lot to our community. I was thinking back, what it reminded me of is, I don't know, says many years ago when I was already on the council, in that seat sat Nick and his mom, Ann. And Nick wanted to move into a retail spot, and he made his presentation. And if those of you who know Nick, he presents extremely well. And ultimately, the vote I made, I don't remember what the council did, but the vote I made was to vote against him moving into a retail spot, his restaurant into a retail spot. And it was really, really hard, because he and his mom were sitting there, and they contribute a lot to our community. I've also looked very hard at Ordinance 2021, which I have sitting right here, and I have certain parts of it highlighted in yellow. And it's because it doesn't say our law prohibits the change of retail into a restaurant. It says it discourages. So once you have a word like discourage rather than prohibit, what does that mean? It means that those of us up here have to take everything that you and others have fed into us and start weighing it. Quite frankly, I do disagree with the Planning Commission in one respect. I don't think that they were mandated to deny this application. I think that they could have done the same weighing of evidence and come to a decision differently than they did. And I'm also thinking that maybe we need to revisit this ordinance 2021, not because Amazon is going to eat downtown Los Gatos, but because there were things, for example, said at the Planning Commission. Commissioner Telesfor raised the issue of how many restaurants do we have versus how much retail. That information was not available. Commissioner O'Donnell said, well, we don't need to have that information because the ordinance says the conversion of retail into restaurant is discouraged. So you don't need to know the number. Well, I actually disagree with that. I think the number might be a good factor to have. And so on that, I think maybe, as I said, we have a lot of work to do and we have a long laundry list of to-dos, but maybe a revisiting of Ordinance 2021 should be added to that list. All of that being said, I came in here with mixed feelings. I'm still there, and I'm very interested in hearing what Mr. Brzezinski had to say, and I'm very interested in hearing what everybody else has to say.
Okay. If you'd like.
Everyone's looking this way. When I think about the evolution of Los Gatos, going way back, way before most of our time, it's always been an evolving strip, and this is just the latest rendition of that. And the reason why I asked Mr. Farwell, what did that used to be? How long has your family owned it? I think his family's been in town since the beginning. They're related to the Lindens, is that correct? One of our original founders of the town. And I know at one point we had car dealerships, gas stations, bus stops, auto repair garages, and all those things out on that strip. And then the gas station turned into steamers, I guess, and then it turned into Domus, and now it's turning into 4 retail spaces with a proposed restaurant. So I think about the evolution of the strip. I think about things like Crislow's turned into, which is now Mike's Bikes, and it was a hair salon that has now moved out, and now Mike's Bikes wants to move into that. I think about how there might be in the future a possible restaurant site further down the strip that would want to expand like Gardino's, and what answer do you give them? Do you say, sorry, you have to leave town, or can you move into the space next door with an operator agreement, assuming that someday if you move out, then perhaps the space will go back to retail. So we try to come up with solutions. But as a deciding body up here, our job is to decide, it's to interpret things like 2021, and is it relevant, and is it applicable to this case? You can make arguments for both. And I think that's why most of us are up here struggling with this one this evening. Hearing from the community, the overwhelming support is to turn this into a restaurant. And just looking at it from the perspective of, is it a good use? I don't think it's a bad use at all to turn it into a restaurant. Is it eliminating a retail spot? In theory it is, but it's not eliminating, as Councilmember Brzezinski mentioned, the whole retail spot that was formerly there. I think that would be very problematic. It's only eliminating about 19.5%, because I asked Mr. Farwell what the square footage was, and I calculated the new square footage. So we'll say about 20%. Arguably speaking, you can have a very large retail space that sells furniture, and they might sell 1 couch a month. Or you can have a very small retail space like an Apple store that's blowing out a lot of inventory and making a lot more money for you. So I don't think it's necessarily the size of the space that matters so much when it comes to retail. It's a funny business. So I think we have to think in terms of things like 2021 as we move forward in time. Does it need another looking at, as Council Member or Vice Mayor Spector mentioned? But I don't want to digress too far from what's here this evening. I think bringing a restaurant to that location may be a good idea, and because I think, as some of the speakers mentioned, it could bring some vibrancy to the existing retailers on that side of the street. As far as the concerns about intensification and the serving of alcohol, those are always concerns, but with the hours that this operation is proposed to be open, they're not asking for very late hours. I also think the primary focus is going to be on food and high-quality food, and the kind of clientele that I guess would be referred to as digitari or whatnot, that would be spending their money in our town, and this would be a draw for them. It would also be a location where many people can walk. I do, and I am concerned in some sense about parking. Reading some of the notes in the council packet from another restaurant owner, they were concerned about where is everyone going to park. Parking is tough now for their existing restaurant, and I think of employee parking and things like that. I think of the outdoor seating arrangements. I think with Los Gatos right now, I think the outdoor seating is a great idea, but at the same time, I don't know how well we regulate that. We have some restaurants that have added outdoor seating recently, and it's been mixed reviews, mixed results. I think that might be something that might have to go back to the Planning Commission, but I'm interested in hearing what the other council members up here have to say as well before I make a motion.
Councilmember McNutt.
I wish someone would have already made a motion so we could react to it, a couple of things. So first of all, many of you that were here tonight and spoke talked about having lived in the town for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and I've never seen you here in council chambers before, so welcome, and please come back, because we do like a lot of involvement by our citizens, and it's nice to see some fresh faces, and to our gentleman who just moved in 4 weeks ago, welcome to town also. It's been an interesting process for me to think on this and to kind of refine my thinking as we've gone through the discussion tonight. And the two comments that really stood out for me were Mr. Sherwalter and Mr. Allen. And both of them talked about the evolution of the retail business. We are not shopping center owners. It's a different situation in Santana Row. They are experts in retail. They control their property. They can make changes, based on what they see as upcoming trends or changes in consumer behavior. We don't have those kinds of controls. Our job is, I'm back to my land use again, our job is two things. One is to make sure that the land use that we approve does not negatively impact the community in terms of things like health and safety issues, noise, traffic congestion, and so on. But we also have a responsibility to protect the community in terms of vibrancy and economic stability and balance, and make sure that what we have in all of our retail areas, not just downtown, serves our residents, is attractive to visitors, and takes care of the needs of residents and businesses. So, I don't know where we are in the evolution of retail. I'm not sure that anybody does, and I do try to read articles whenever I can on it. So I can't say right now how much is being lost to internet. What I do know is that, and what I do agree with, is that the experiential part of shopping and dining is increasingly important to people. If you are buying something, a commodity purchase that you can get online, you're just going to go and do that. But if it's more of an experiential, you want to take your time on selecting a wedding gift or a wedding dress or a toy soldier for your collection, you're going to want to be in a store. And having that combination of shopping and dining is synergistic. They do bring one to the other. So all that background, so then we're down to this 2120 business and the arguments that they tried to make here tonight to convince us it's the right decision. And when I spoke with the applicant, they had talked about a couple of different things. No restaurant on that side of the street, but as I reminded him, it's only 5 steps to cross the street at that part of North Santa Cruz. So it's not like you'd be dying of hunger. You just, walk across the street. But what's interesting to me is this idea of when we're talking in 2021, what is that balance? We don't have a metric to measure. We don't have it specified. Are we talking about numbers of businesses, numbers of restaurants versus numbers of retail? Are we talking about square footage? Are we talking about frontage? That's not something we've ever tried to quantify, which is why it's not a black and white decision and why it might appear to be inconsistent in past, but it's really such a judgment call and so many competing values we have to consider, so many shades of gray to consider that it really comes down to a case-by-case situation. So I was highly skeptical that this was going to be a good idea. I find myself thinking that maybe it's not an inappropriate land use because of the 4, I think your strongest argument turned out to be the 4 retail spaces and the 1 restaurant space. So I could actually see myself supporting a motion on this. I'm not 100% there yet, but it's an interesting predicament. That's why you can see we're all struggling here with this a little bit because our downtown is so much of a precious asset, and we struggle and agonize over every single decision because we want to maintain that asset for our community. So what's exactly the right thing to do here? I'm still not 100% sure yet, but as I said, I could see myself surprisingly, thinking that a restaurant might be a good decision for that location.
Mr. Mayor, the Vice Mayor and 2 council members have mentioned some studies, and we do have part of the work that is planned to come back to you based on your prior referral for formula conversion. During the council study session on that matter, we were asked to look at formula retail conversion as well as a possible piece of that puzzle. So that is scheduled to come back to you over the next 6 to 9 months. And it does create an opportunity for a condition relating to any future regulation of formula restaurant, excuse me.
Mayor. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. That did remind me, I wanted to ask a question of, could in the conditions where it describes the restaurant, it doesn't use the word fine dining, it just says sit down restaurant, but could non-formula be inserted in there as part of that description?
As you first spoke, if I may, Mr. Mayor, as Councilwoman McNutt first spoke to the issue, we had some staff conferencing going on here, and we do have some draft language that would mimic what you've done for entertainment uses for a prospective entertainment policy that could be added. Probably not to the clause you referenced, but as a new condition. And just to put it on the record, if the town adopts an ordinance or a resolution in the future which regulates formula restaurants, this CUP shall be subject to that ordinance or resolution. And that's what we've done with some entertainment uses approved in advance of the new entertainment policy.
Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. If I might follow up on that, if staff could point me to the condition that we're talking about here.
It's condition 3 is the currently approved use. The approved use is for a quality sit-down restaurant. Listening to council commentary, we thought it might be appropriate to add Suite A, parenthesis, 1,487 square feet, to make sure it's not an expanded Suite A in the future. It's for the Suite A as the council would be approving. And then we would probably add a new condition either immediately after that and renumber, which would be if the town adopts an ordinance or a resolution in the future which regulates formula restaurants, this CUP shall be subject to that ordinance or resolution. So hypothetically, if the council were to adopt a resolution or ordinance regulating formula restaurants as you do for formula retail already next May, and a year from now, this restaurant wants to convert to be a formula, by adding that condition, any conversion of that restaurant to a formula would have to follow the process of the new formula restaurant, assuming you approve it, but you haven't seen it yet, so it's sight unseen.
Am I assuming that the reason that we can't just say, if this were to be approved, exclude formula restaurants is because we haven't created the definition of that? I mean, I know what it is.
That's one of the bases you require, as you may recall, that when the council did the policy for the formula retail, there was quite a bit of study about the retail uses, the mix, the definition, and that staff work has not been completed yet. So staff is not recommending that you try and create that from the dais tonight.
Thank you.
I guess I'll weigh in a little bit here. What a tough one. We've got many, many cards, most of which spoke to the operator or the business practices that are proposed. And only a couple people spoke to the land use and said, oh, yes, we need another restaurant here. No, they usually said we need this restaurant here. And our job is to look at the land use and I guess try as much as we can to be blind to the operator, because if we vote to approve this tomorrow, the people who are applying could find another space larger, more attractive to them, and decide to pick up and move that, and this approval stands. That was the trouble that I had to coming into this, but it led me to, as I've been listening to, a question I have for staff. I use that as a preamble. We've used operating agreements with some success in the past. Could an operating agreement be crafted in such a way that things such as the green practices proposed by the applicant and the specifics that they put into, I think Councilmember McNutt referred to them as the 3 promises that they made. Can those be crafted into a operating agreement such that any subsequent tenant of that space would be tied to that kind of an approval?
So typically when the council has considered the operating agreements for other uses, and primarily it's been for those types of uses where you've got policies that are pending but not finalized, it's been because the owner of the premises has offered that. Some of the more creative conditions that you did in another CUP that expanded into a retail is because that the owners of the building offered a condition about the what if that restaurant went away, what would happen to the conversion of the space, and could it be a future restaurant, or did it have to convert back to retail? And again, as opposed to imposing that, the applicant and the property owner could come forward with those types of offers and that could be placed into an operating agreement.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
All right. Quite frankly, I don't remember exactly what all of the 3 promises were. I just remember them sort of generically. Why couldn't those, after we remember what they are, why couldn't they be parts of the conditional use permit?
Using the sustainability practices and standards that were referenced by Councilwoman McNutt is one of the 3 strong arguments for this application, as well as by many speakers. To regulate as a matter of land use as a regulatory imposition. The purchasing practices of a private business would be hard to do as a regulatory framework, but if it was offered as by the applicant and the property owner as an operating agreement, that would be conditioned in the CUP and run with the property. So any future owner or operator of the restaurant under the CUP would have to live to those same standards and conditions agreed to by the property owner and the current applicant. That's how we've done it before.
Vice Mayor, please continue.
If I might follow up. What I'm struggling with here is I just take a glance at the proposed conditions of approval, and one of them is any takeout food shall be served in recyclable containers. Why is that any more easy to monitor than the sustainability? And I don't want to just focus on sustainability, and I just want, and I know there are a couple other promises, but that was the one we're all focusing on. So we have other things in these conditions that seem as challenging to enforce as sustainability. So I guess I'm not getting it.
Staff sees your point. Those conditions, unfortunately, are required conditions of all restaurants. All CUPs for restaurants do include those conditions. I am not aware of where what document those stemmed from and what change created those. We have in the past, I know one of my previous CUPs that I worked on, we did discuss and I believe include a condition regarding LEED certification of the business as a condition of approval, that business be a LEED certified business. That is something that the applicant is proposing. I don't know what that process looks like and if an applicant would be able to do, say, 10 years down the road, another business comes in, if they would be able to show that certification before they occupy the space and staff approves that use. I don't know that, unfortunately.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the real issue here is whether it should be considered a retail space or a restaurant space. I think getting into that level of detail is a little burdensome. I understand the three promises, and I will take it at face value that the applicant would uphold those promises when they're running their business. But in 10 years, the standards are going to be entirely different. There could be an entirely different operator, and most of us will be entirely different, and I don't think there's going to be anybody who remembers it. So I would maybe shy away from that and perhaps move forward with this recommendation. So, shall I?
If you'd like to make a motion, please.
Is it the opportune time?
Sure.
Let me gather my notes here. And by the way, I do agree that the Planning Commission did not err. They were just making a recommendation. And they were doing it based on 2021, and that's why we're all up here to review these types of things and decide separately from what they do. So I would say we would approve the application, move to approve the application, and then, let's see. I don't really have any modifications. I don't know if any council members would like to add any modifications outside of what is listed here. I'm not sure, and I'd like to ask staff about the patio area, if it could go through A&S and come up with something really definitive that works and looks good. My biggest concern is, as some of these patio seatings go in, I think of, and I don't want to pick on anybody particularly, but Chicago Steak and Fish, in the wintertime, they put up plastic, and it just, to me, looks not so great. I understand why they're doing it. They're trying to keep people warm, but I'm not sure about the fire retardancy and all those kinds of things. So I would want, if this was moving forward, to be some clarity on standards for exterior seating as far as what type of shelter or heating or heat lamps and those types of things will be placed out there, and how would that come into play?
Let's go ahead and answer that as a question before I look for a second on the motion, I guess.
Both the process or a substantive solution. Process would be to add a condition that the outdoor patio would require A&S review at either the staff or DRC level, and that may already be encompassed in there. Second would just be to put an absolute condition that there should be no enclosure or screening of the outdoor patio area beyond the fencing required for alcohol service.
Any modification of what is shown on the plans would require an architecture and site application. The applicant is proposing what is on the plans, showing seating as well as the barriers, and they would be tied to that. Any change of that, again, would require an minor A&S.
So judging from the plans, it doesn't appear that it's there now, so we'll just leave it the way it is and just expect that that's the way it will be. So on this motion, I don't know if I have to include attachment 1 and 2, or if that's going to be a separate. Motion.
It would be attachment 1 for the required findings, 3 for the resolution approving the CUP, and 4 for the recommended conditions of approval. So attachments 1, 3, and 4. And I did have one question for the councilman, and that is the condition regarding non-formula or formula restaurant use. Was it your intention to add that or leave that for council discussion?
I think that's important. I think one of the selling points and what most of the people spoke to this evening was the fact that it is unique, non-formula, and that's why they're coming to Los Gatos, and that's what makes Los Gatos special. So I think we stick with that. So if we need to add that verbiage, I'm welcome to that.
And Mayor, if I may just reread for the record.
Please.
If the town adopts an ordinance or a resolution in the future which regulates formula restaurants, this COP shall be subject to that ordinance or resolution. And that will be a new condition on attachment 4. It would be immediately following condition 3 with renumbering of the balance.
Okay, thank you. And if I can ask Councilmember Leonards, were you also, I think the attorney mentioned further defining Suite A as that 1,400 square feet so that it couldn't be reallocated, and was that part of your motion, or did you want to just leave it as it is?
So are you saying the additional square footage, which is the office, which is, I need some more clarity on that.
I believe I was the one that spoke to that issue as well. Under condition 3 on attachment 4, it would be approved use. The approved use is for a quality sit-down restaurant in Suite A, parentheses, 1,487 square feet, on parentheses.
Yes, I would agree to that.
And just to finally respond to one prior council question,
please.
Town code and policy specifies 3 levels of restaurants. We have fast food, high turnover, and quality sit down. So this is the highest level of the 3.
Okay. There is a motion. Is there a second?
I will second with the confirming the additional conditions of approval that have been referenced by staff. Should I speak to why I'm seconding it?
Sure.
Because it wasn't easy. What it boiled down to was, I think I came in here thinking I was going to vote against this, but I wasn't sure. But one of the things I thought then, and I think now, is that the ordinance says discourage, it doesn't say prohibit. That was significant to me. The other significant factor is we have 1 large retail, which is now 4 smaller retail, and 1 restaurant. And quite frankly, the other one was the number of people here today who spoke in favor of this application, and very articulately. And I think that should be input to everybody in our town, that it is important to stand up and be counted.
Councilmember Brzezinski.
Kind of keeping with the theme of the seconder of the motion, I fully came in here tonight leaning towards upholding the planning commission, denying the application, with the assumption that this restaurant doesn't have to be in this space, that there are other spaces in town, and 2021 specifically focuses on the Central Business District, which is bounded on the north side by Highway 9. Because we don't want to saturate the business district with the number of restaurants that would then dominate and eventually eliminate retail. However, I want to say something to you here as well. You're a very convincing audience. And when Councilwoman McNutt said she welcomed the new faces, my thought was, and the ideas that came with those faces, and the focus on the community, the focus on how the downtown character works for you. And that I think sometimes we have a slice of the community that comes to give us input that has valid representation of a point of view. But there are other points of view in this heterogeneous community that we call Los Gatos that aren't frequently represented. And tonight, you came to tell us something about parts of the community that we don't hear from an awful lot. I was very impressed with the number of letters that you sent, none of which were the repetition of the same script that had been sent to members of the town so that you could give us the same information and merely sign your name. And we've seen that before. It's, it's not something that really moves me. And what I saw in your presentations were unique expressions of your interest in this particular restaurant in this place in downtown. And so I would say that, again, with the vice mayor, and I think from other members of the council, it's obvious that that you have well represented a point of view of a large segment of the community that is allowing us to shape a decision that, had we not heard from you, we may have moved in a different direction. And one of you said, this is the first time you're coming from a political thing. It was kind of interesting. Well, I'm really glad that that was the experience for that gentleman, and that your expression of what you feel and what you experience in this town continues to be expressed, because we on council need to make sure we represent all members of the community. So I'm going to be supporting the motion.
I'm going to read something from the transcript of the Planning Commission, because it swayed me one way at the beginning, and then after tonight it may have swayed me the other way from the same passage. So this is from Commissioner O'Donnell. The property owner had a single use there, which was retail. The applicant chose to split that single retail into 5 spaces. It is our policy not to allow property owners to split up their property and then bootstrap that argument by saying, well, it used to be 1, now it's 3. And therefore, I only want 1/3 of it to be restaurants. I don't think that's a long-term successful policy. So here we had 1 use, Domus, and now we have 4, which apparently are retail, and 1 that is retail unless we change it. One of the things that concern me, quite frankly, is the thing that we always say doesn't count, but everybody thinks counts, which is precedent. We're 5 people who sit up here and try to figure out, as Councilmember McNutt said, what is going to keep our town vibrant. That's really what it's all about. We all want downtown to be vibrant. I want a place that I can go downtown and have a good meal, and I don't want to have to go to the same 2 or 3 places every night. But retail is a very important part of our downtown. So when I cast a vote in support of the motion, I want it real clear to other property owners downtown who have large parcels that I am not saying this is something that I'm comfortable with necessarily in the future. And then I'm going to finish reading Commissioner O'Donnell's statement. This is not meant as a hardship for the property owner or the applicant, but I think whoever said that about Amazon, I think that came up tonight, needs to look at what's happening. But fortunately, it's really not our job, it's the town council's. And it is. It's our job. And retail is changing. I agree with Councilmember Brzezinski that I don't think Amazon is going to replace walking through downtown Los Gatos and finding a nice shirt or a blouse or a pair of shoes or a knick-knack at the butter paddle or whatever else it may be that you can't just go online and find because you didn't know you wanted it in the first place. That's what downtown needs to be. And my hope in supporting the motion is that this will be one more reason to bring people downtown to experience what we have downtown and find out that maybe there are things that are worth buying when they walk down the street. So I'm not 100% comfortable that it's the right decision, but sometimes you got to take something a little bit on faith, and that's where I am. Any other comments from council? I'll call the...
Before you vote, I just want to remind 3 conditions. Service of alcoholic beverages is strictly limited to be served with meals only. And so the questions and comments about this being a bar is expressly prohibited by the conditions before the council. The hours of operations are also set explicitly to close by 11 p.m. Monday through Thursday, midnight Friday, Saturday, and 10 p.m. on Sunday. And I just wanted to, and that no live entertainment is allowed.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have a couple of more agenda items. We have 2 more agenda items, but we're going to take a 10-minute recess first. really works. Okay, next is item number 5 under other business. This is direction regarding conceptual reuse plan for the town-owned former library facility. Staff report will be Pamela Jacobs.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. In May, the council directed staff to work with the Museums of Los Gatos and the Friends of Los Gatos Library to come up with a mutually acceptable proposal for the reuse of the former library space. And tonight we are bringing forward to you a conceptual proposal for the reuse. And if the deputy clerk could put on, I'm going to jump right into the proposed layout and use of the facility, beginning with the upstairs. And the main features on the upstairs include a retail space in the former children's library, and this would be a space that would be shared by both the Friends and the museum. It would be managed by the Friends, and details of that arrangement would need to be worked out and incorporated into an operating agreement between the Friends and the museum. The storage for Friends would be located within the retail space. The primary use of the upstairs area would be for the museum for their art exhibitions, and there would be public lounge space included. However, that's not noted on the plan at this point. The use of the outside entry area on the north side of the building would be for a sculpture garden associated with the museum, and that would be a limited access area with the access through the museum. There would be the expansion of a single-use ADA accessible restroom in the retail area, and an addition of a men's and women's restrooms serving the art museum to the rear of that floor. For the downstairs, there are 2 options. The first option would be the primary area downstairs would be for history exhibits. There would also be area for storage for the museum. The catering kitchen for the museum would be located on this floor, as would staff offices. An educational lab for the museum would be on the northeast corner. And this particular option shows 2 office spaces for town staff and a small shared conference room for the town and the museum. And on this floor, there is also an expanded restroom for women and men. The second option is exactly like this option, with the exception that the town offices and small conference room would be a larger conference room for shared use between the town and the museum. The upstairs and the downstairs, this particular rendition of the downstairs, are these proposed uses were agreed upon by both the Friends and the museum. The use of the town space has not reached an agreement between the parties at this time. There's no specific provisions in these proposed floor plans for multi-use public area or town space, with the exception of the conference room. In the study session in May, the council did ask us to consider multi-use areas in the former library. And in addition to the uses on these floor plans, the museum is also requesting to use these council chambers for their lecture series, as the space available in the former library doesn't accommodate that. So they would like us to consider the use of this space for their lectures. These plans would require further refinement as we proceed. And at this point, staff is seeking feedback on the general layout and use of the space. Both organizations throughout the process compromised on their interests and their needs, and a list of those compromises are included in the staff report. That those those compromises did come from the parties themselves. Noting that there is the option in the downstairs for town office space, this stems from the need that the town has for additional office space, and that is specifically to house our human resource staff, which are currently located in the Adult Recreation Center. There we have 2 offices and a conference room totaling about 800 square feet, and that space is leased from the Recreation District. That was part of the lease and was set to expire by December 31st, 2013, and that was in anticipation that we would be using some of the library space to rehouse the Human Resources Department. And one note about the Human Resources function, as we look for space for that function, is that it actually needs to be a separate location and yet accessible for our employees because of confidentiality. So when we look at spaces, previously that's why they were located in one of the town-owned homes, and then were located in the Adult Recreation Center. The space in the former library off of the lobby would be an ideal location for the human resource function. And although we currently use 800 square feet for that function, we've identified about 450 square feet in this configuration. And although that is only about half of what we have, we do think it would work. We wanted to minimize the impact on the museum and the Friends by identifying that space. We have explored the availability of other space for the human resource function. We looked both within the Civic Center, and we've provided in your staff report a diagram of the current uses in the Civic Center. The other option would be to continue the lease at the Adult Recreation Center. That would be at a cost to the town, and it would also open up the lease with the Recreation Center and could lead to reduced revenues. The next steps in this process would be finalizing the design and the construction drawings, developing cost estimates, obtaining a conditional use permit for the museum, negotiating leases with the museum and the Friends, and determining a funding plan for the capital improvements. We have determined that the museum will need to go through a conditional use process because this use isn't permitted within the zone by right. The retail use is permitted, so the Friends don't technically have to get a conditional use permit. This is also the way that we can address some of the issues that have been identified all along regarding the reuse of the facility related to parking and traffic. Others have come up related to signage and access, special events, and that sort of thing would be included in the conditional use permit. Some of those items may be included in a lease as opposed to the conditional use permit. And the lease with the Friends would include some of those items as well, hours of operation. And so all of that work has yet to be done. The other major step would be to identify resources for the capital improvements necessary. That we currently do not have an identified funding source for those improvements. And we have planned a study session in December to discuss with the council the priorities for capital improvements using some one-time monies we have, and this would be a subject of that conversation. So with the exception of the space for the town offices, this plan does represent a compromise agreement between the parties. And following my presentation, if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer those. But you may want to hear from each of the parties, the Friends and the museums. Prior to that, they are prepared to share with the council their vision for the use of space. And with that, that concludes staff report.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. You mentioned that the museums need a conditional use permit, but the Friends do not. What is it about either the zoning, what is it about the land use designation here that requires the museum to get a CUP? I understand there's things you want to address. They could be addressed in leases and contracts. Why do they require a CUP?
Hold it down. Hold.
conditional uses in the zoning ordinance, and it specifies that this particular use is not listed as a permitted use. The permitted use, retail is a permitted use. This particular use, museum, is found in the conditional use permit table, and that table also specifies which zones it's possible to have the use in. This Civic Center was zoning was changed to C1 PD when the library was approved, and so in the C1 zoning district, it is listed as a conditional use, meaning it's discretionary. The use has to be evaluated and determined to be appropriate for the specific location.
It's C1 PD now, it was C1 before? Is that what?
We had multiple uses. We had RC on a couple of lots. Some of it was C2. The houses were in residential zones. So now we took all the properties that comprise the Civic Center and made it one zoning designation. It has the PD overlay, and then it's all C1.
All right, well, we'll see how it all plays out, but I have an issue as to whether or not the museums, assuming they go forward, really need to get a CUP, but that's for a later date.
Okay. Other questions of staff? Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When this left our viewing last time, it was the Friends of the Library and the museums who were competing for the space, as well as we had an application in. And it looked like it was going to be just the Friends and the museums getting the space. But the real question I have is, obviously I see two different diagrams and the justification of why we need the space for our HR group. What other options are there for us as an entity? I know we have the Forbes Mill and we have potentially the Art Museum becoming available. Are there any other options for our HR department to occupy besides this former library space?
We have looked at other options both in the existing building, and we've explored with the police department in particular. Is there any way to reconfigure their space or move some of their staff up to the police operations building? And the determination was no, there is not any capacity to take additional space away from the police department other than the building inspector offices that were already taken away when the POB operated. We have looked at other uses, such as up in the manager's office, by building a suite of offices up there, given the confidentiality of what's required with human resources, and we didn't think that would be a viable option, both from space as well as the privacy that is often needed for HR functions. I believe the Tate House would just be totally ineffective for our HR function to be operated that far from the workforce, and in particular from payroll and finance, who that is their closest working relationship. Forbes Mill, it'd be an expensive use to reuse that building for a confidential HR function, and only for that purpose, and I know we do have other competing uses. What your staff would recommend is if this 450 feet for HR can't be carved out of the old library ground floor space. And I will also mention that it is the least desirable of all the space in the old library that's being recommended. No window access, no natural light, but it would be 2 small offices for 3 staff people. If that is not possible, we would look for direction from the council to go to the rec department and try to renegotiate the lease to keep the office space we have over in the Arc. But that would open up the lease for negotiations.
Just one follow-up to that. So you mentioned the confidentiality, and do you see any problem with a breach of confidentiality with folks walking through a museum exhibit and our staff being down there and their constant interactions?
Not at all with the way the space is configured. If we could put the ground floor plan back up, there would be no overlap of the uses that would create any confidentiality concerns. The other ground floor, the other lower level, the other one. The third other one. There we go. So these would be the HR offices accessed off the council chambers lobby right here. During hours when the museum is not open, they would have their door locked. And so our staff would not be intermingling with museum staff. All of their offices and workrooms are separately accessible. During the times that both organizations are operating, the only use would be to the restrooms, but these would be enclosable offices, providing the privacy and confidentiality that they have currently at the Ark. And when the museum is operating without HR, such as on the weekends, these would be locked and their users would have access to the bathrooms. But the lobby would be closed. This would not be a public access point to the museum, except possibly for special events. If they're doing a lecture in the council chambers, they may request as part of that use to have the lobby door open.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, this was designed to have 5 minutes for each, because we've heard from both groups before, but this was designed to have 5 minutes for both the Friends as well as the museums to speak. Why don't we start with the museums, please?
Okay.
Good evening, Council. I'm John Agg, Executive Director of the Museums of Los Gatos. In May of this year, the Town Council specifically charged us, the Museums of Los Gatos, along with the Friends of the Library, to work out a plan for how to best allocate the share the space left vacant by the former Los Gatos Public Library. As we noted then, and I reiterate now, the Museums of Los Gatos are uniquely situated to activate the Civic Center for the benefit of all, to bring knowledge and energy, new ideas and creativity to Los Gatos. Our vision has been and continues to be the creation of a world-class arts and cultural center in Los Gatos, in the space currently known as the Old Library. We've been around for you since 1965. We are a growing enterprise with staff and experience to effectively oversee this space. Inhabiting the former library space will greatly enhance and expand the vitality and continuation of the museum's mission, as well as to provide direct benefit to the community. We have a big vision with big goals, and now we have the opportunity to have the space in which we can truly grow. Los Gatos has the opportunity to become a destination for arts and culture. Philosophically, the current museums of Los Gatos actually are cultural centers with no central location. The lack of an easily accessible, centralized location has challenged visitors and staff resources for decades. Lack of gallery space with proper lighting and ambience has been equally a challenge and is limiting. The Museums of Los Gatos are fiscally responsible with reserves of more than $1.3 million. We have an incredibly hard-working and diligent board of directors, an ever-growing fan base. Nearly 6,000 people walk through our doors annually, plus award-winning and educational programming encompassing the visual, oral, dance, and musical arts, as well as their historical and cultural relevancy. Tonight, let's just revisit our original plan for space allocation for the new Arts and Cultural Center. To put in context, let's begin with where we started in May. And I have another one here. As you will see, we've highlighted the area on the upper floor, which essentially was to be total exhibit space. And there are a couple of reasons for that motivation. First, the first floor, I think, lends itself a little bit more attractively. It is accessible by the plaza. And also, our intention was to blend art and history together, to make it accessible as a drop-off point for seniors, to make it accessible for high school and for the younger generation. Oh boy, I'm going to be running over a little bit here. Where we've ended up at this particular point is, as we see it, and as the town staff has already submitted, upstairs will now be art, and downstairs will be history. So they're separated, and our objective originally was to keep the two together. Albeit, on page 3 of the staff report, under the areas of compromise, the town will note that in the interest of progress and in the support of our goal to create a world-class arts and cultural center, we, the museums, explored compromises from our original plan, which included loss of prominent exhibit space, aesthetics as are key to successful cultural spaces, maintaining a visual relationship from the interior exhibit and social spaces to the outdoor landscape would both attract and showcase a vibrant, engaged community. Presently, the retail space in the plans in front of you takes up approximately 33% of the combined exhibit space offered on the top floor of the Arts and Cultural Center. From 3,967 square feet down to 2,691 square feet, a loss to the community of nearly 1,300 square feet of display and educational space. Here
I'm going to have to cut you off there. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Does anybody from council have any questions? Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you. And I just want to say that I am not really interested in conversations about loss of the vision or compromises that are made. I mean, that's the way it works. So I don't think that's a productive thing to be going over right now. However, I had some questions for you on the layout. First of all, when I saw the layout and I saw that sculpture garden outside,
Yes.
out in the front, which I consider to be the front, it was startling to me to block off that entrance because my mind was already going on having a new sidewalk that would lead up to the old library as opposed to the entrance off of the parking lot only to invite more people in. Mm-hmm. So is that, can you talk for a minute or less about why that concept is important to you, or is that still something in this conceptual phase that you would be willing to think about some more?
Certainly, we value input, Councilmember, but actually the idea and the reason for that was twofold. One, the exhibit space inside probably wouldn't lend itself to three-dimensional art. We've seen how successful the museum in Santa Cruz has adapted to a top floor where they actually have a sculptural garden. And we feel that that might be something we could seize an opportunity for. That's one reason. The second reason is that presently there are two accesses to the exhibit space as laid out. There's the door that typically would be the library door, the primary library door, plus the access from the plaza. We would want the flow of traffic to come through one door so that we can basically give direction and guidance from there. So we would see the door staying there, but more as an emergency exit. It does allow us to have basically small receptions, which would be revenue generating in that sculpture area.
Okay, and Mayor, may I ask two other
Please.
specific questions? Also, when we've talked in the past about the vision for this, you and I have talked about what could happen up on the, whatever we're calling that up there, not all the way up there, not heaven, but just up on the deck, which is certainly not heaven, that plaza area, to make that more visually appealing and useful, and outdoor sculptures, coffee cart, seating areas, and so on. Is that still something that you are thinking about, how the Art and Culture Center can flow over onto that plaza area?
Yes, that's the simple answer. The long answer is that we'd like your blessing first, but we do have great ideas for stimulating cultural activities out on the plaza there. We do understand that there are other people that are interested in using the plaza, but yes, we would like a strong say in what happens there, and three-dimensional art is one of them, yes.
Okay, and then my third and final question at this moment is on the downstairs. I noticed that right now the museum offices are located on the north side of the downstairs,
yes,
which is the only place where there is a window down there. And is that really the best use of window space for staff, or should museum staff be more in a dark corner so that that window and natural light could be of more use to the public areas?
That's a difficult question. If you see where the staff work right now, anything that we can do to improve their conditions would be great. If you've seen my office, I share it with a copy machine, and we do need to provide decent space for the staff. The way we have laid it out at this point, with some help from the architect, is to use 3 of the windows for the education lab. So I believe there are only 2 windows accessible that shed light onto the staff there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From your presentation, I gleaned the fact that you're not entirely happy about the location of the retail. Where would you put the retail if you had a choice? I know this was a compromise, but where would your preference be if it were to be relocated?
The answer to that, Councilman, is that it was not going to be essentially the top of our priority list as we moved in. We do see the benefit of having a retail space at some time in the future. However, in the discussions that we had, basically laying out the space, we were planning on putting, and will have, or would have had, a retail space downstairs. It would have been adjacent to the stairwell, and it would have meant some reshuffling of the existing plans, but basically it would have been downstairs.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Ag. Next will be the Friends.
Good evening. My name is Valerie Archer. I'm a member of the Friends of Los Gatos Library Board and the book sale chairperson. Honorable Mayor and Town Council members, on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Friends of Los Gatos Library, our fabulous volunteer staff, and our wonderful patrons, I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity over the summer to establish Secondhand Prose as a successful retail bookstore and valuable community resource and cultural asset. We delight in the interaction with our customers, most of whom discover us serendipitously due to our respect for and adherence to the Council's direction for discretion and a complete absence of advertising and promotion in deference to this process. We would also like to thank the town staff for mediating the discussions which have led to a viable joint proposal with the museums of Los Gatos. The Friends are extremely pleased and excited about the proposals you have before you. We have made some compromises, especially regarding storage space, but these compromises would not have been made if we did not feel we could not run a profitable fundraising venture in support of our beautiful, popular new library in an attractive, elegant, consumer-friendly literary environment. Our vision for Secondhand Prose is to support the Friends mission, which you can read on our recently redesigned website. That is, to encourage use of the library for pursuit of knowledge, information, pleasure, and enhanced quality of life for patrons of all ages, to increase public awareness of library resources, to raise funds for library enhancements, and to provide volunteer support for the library. The main purpose of the store, of course, is the fundraising aspect of our mission. The point of the store is to make a profit, as great a profit as possible, in order to be a significant resource to the library and to support the visions of the library directors. In that regard, we expect to keep overhead as low as possible in order to plow as much of the money we make back into the fertile ground of our library enhancements and programs. We also wish to make money in an environment that increases awareness of the library itself, and what better location to do so than within sight of the library, directly across the Civic Center Plaza. Our interior design will reflect the colors and the signage of the library, and our window displays will be elegant and enhanced by offerings from the museums of Los Gatos. Exterior signage will be muted and sophisticated. It really has been a fun summer. One of the highlights was participating in the Fiesta de Art community event, during which we not only doubled our expected daily income, but connected with a diverse patronage who were simply delighted to discover that Los Gatos does indeed have a great bookstore of its own. We've also managed to increase the number and quality of donations, giving us a fantastic inventory. And we're confident that we can keep our offerings current, eclectic, and fresh. And we're very lucky to be attracting new, energetic, intelligent, creative volunteers whose input and ideas we value tremendously, and whom we plan to celebrate and recruit at a thank you and you're welcome party in October. The Friends will also have a booth at the Los Gatos High School Service Fair in a few weeks, presenting opportunities for teens to volunteer, including reaching out to charities to whom we can donate books we can't sell. Hopefully, the high schoolers will also have the opportunity to work at the store. We're also looking forward to participating in the community garage sale with a bargain basement busting sale of beautiful hardcover fiction and a festive Christmas book sale in November. These are just some of the upcoming events we've planned around the store and demonstrate how we mean to stay connected with our community and participate in enhancing the quality of life in Los Gatos. The space allocated for the Friends Bookstore in the current proposals functions extremely well for our retail venture, and we look forward to increasing our hours as soon as possible to satisfy our mission, reach towards our vision, and contribute to the cultural life of this wonderful town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Archer? I see none. Thank you. This really wasn't designed as a public hearing, but a whole bunch of you turned in cards. And given the lateness of the hour and the fact that you've waited this long, I want to allow you the opportunity to speak, but I am going to limit it. So if you can say what you wish to say in a minute or less, great. If not, I'm going to cut you off anyway. So if you wish to speak to this, and then I'll go back to the council, we'll start with George Havelka.
Well, I was hoping not to be the first one up here. Hi, George Havelka. I live in Los Gatos for the last 10 years. I've done a lot of space planning. I used to have a furniture store a long time ago. And I've worked with space and tried to allocate space. And what I've discovered over the years is that oftentimes you have to be in the space and live in the space and figure out the space and how it works and how it flows. And in order to do that, you have to leave it open and allow for some history to happen so that you can decide what needs to go where. Those things, I think, will become obvious in a short amount of time. And to divvy it up like this and cut it all up in the front end, thinking that you really know how this is going to work, I think could be a mistake that you'd regret later on. So my suggestion is to leave it open as much as possible.
Thank you. Mary Ellen Comport. I'm sorry. Well, Mr. Havelka, could you come back for a second? We did have a question for you. I apologize.
No one is more eager than I am to go home, but I do want to ask you a question. I'm not exactly sure I understand what you're saying. So are you saying that we should not have a conceptual layout that shows where the bathrooms are, where the kitchen is, where a conference
Well, obviously
is?
that, utilities and basic functions have to be in there. But then to start divvying it up like these are offices for the city and this is a retail space and this is a gallery and down here is the history. And I think some of that jockeying around, in my experience, is difficult to do on the front end and much easier to do a year hence when everybody's worked at the space and really know how it flows and know how the community responds to it. And furthermore, the library's got a brand new space. in my mind, and plenty of it. To stick a store across the way doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, so so your real concern is giving up space for the bookstore.
For retail, yeah, and for offices as well. And
okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Comport.
Thank you. I'm Mary Ellen Comport. I have been a resident of the area for 43 years and have been very involved in the museums for the last 10 years, starting with the Touch My Heart. I was very active in that. I am here to talk a little bit about my experience with the vision that we have presented to you. We have asked you to think conceptually about what it would be like to have a museum as part of a wonderful cultural center for arts and culture. I experienced this in Monterey. You can go 1 hour away. I walked through. There was a fantastic Turkish festival going on, and I made my way into the museum that anchors that spot. And it was thrilling. It was a blend of art and history. Actually, for those of us in my generation, it was hippie. It had Simon and Garfunkel, it had those great clothes, and it had that wonderful art posters that we all love to look at. At the same time, it was their history upstairs. So I am suggesting to you that if you want to see this realized, go to the museum in Monterey, and we can have it right here in Los Gatos.
Okay, I'm going to cut
It's
you
up
off.
to you to make this decision, and I'm asking you to make the decision that will be the best and bring the most vitality to this community.
Thank you very much. Sabine Lamb.
Thank you. I'm Sabine Lamb. As a board member, as a mother of three, as a Los Gaton, and as a Parisian who's accustomed to unlimited access to cultural and art venues, I'd like to thank you, the town, for allowing the museum to reach new heights. I really appreciate that. I'm ecstatic at the idea of living in a town who truly believes and focus on the education of their citizen, young and not so young, and focus on culture and art. I'd like to ask the council to provide full and continuous support to the museum. We want space to educate, we want space to impress, we want our space to be remembered. And our vision include not only Los Gatos, it includes the Silicon Valley, it includes the state and possibly the world. So just again, the vision is grand, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Spilsbury.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilman, council people. Tom Spilsbury. I've been in town for 50 years. Sounds a long time, doesn't it? Bob Allen beat me tonight, though. Anyway, I'm here to talk about art. Picasso, Dali, the Boo Gang, Olivia de Havilland, John Steinbeck. All this is part of our art, our history, our culture. And this is what this museum, this art cultural center is going to celebrate, inspire, teach the people who live here, teach us, teach our children. And I don't want to cheapen it by, we have a chance to do a world-class, make a world-class move that everybody will remember and everybody will think about for years to come. And, you know, I've been to a lot of museums, and most of the retail stores are on the way out. They're not upstairs at the front door. And as much as we don't want to talk about the negotiations, having the town offices and the city there eating away at something that's fantastic is perplexing to me.
Thank you, Mr. Spilsbury. Dane Howard.
Hi, good evening. I stand before you as a father, 12 and 9-year-old, artist, photographer, and Silicon Valley entrepreneur. I weave a lot of the arts through my professional, personal life. I just want to talk a little bit about the significance, I think, of the weight of this moment. I just think that we have a lot of great moments to talk about the proximity. Great cities that we have historically actually put great meeting places together. And the thing that's interesting for the arts is where people gather. And I just want to invite you guys to think a little bit about the larger narrative a little bit. In this larger narrative, imagine a child who finishes his classes, walks across, is inspired by the art, reflects on history, picks up the program, downloads the artist onto his iPad, and then walks across the library and actually is inspired by that to do his term paper, and then later meets with friends. So this larger narrative is less about the museum and the friends of the library. It's more about how do we become friends of culture, friends of the arts, and that's what I really like to get behind. So I just wanted to restate that and think this is a great opportunity.
Marianne McGrath.
Good evening. My name is Marianne McGrath. I'm here to support the Museums of Los Gatos. I'm currently a Museums of Los Gatos board member, chairperson of the art committee, co-chair of the Art in Focus lecture series, and I also was a staff member for several years. I think the move to the former library is an excellent plan for many, many reasons. Art, education, and history are a vital part of our community. The value placed upon art, education, and culture speaks volumes about the level and development of a community. It makes sense for us to be centrally located and well-known to our whole community. I'm trying to go fast. Our programs at the museums have grown in quality in recent years. Our education programs, Museum Explorer, our Art in Focus lecture series. The museum is really on the cusp of stepping up to the next level, and I'm asking you to please put art, education, and history into the heart of our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Parsons.
Mike Parsons, I'm the president of the board currently, and I'm also a friend of the library, as is my wife. In fact, my wife is on the board of the Friends. These two organizations are perhaps the best cultural organizations that exist in this town. And what you're doing here, I think, is going to be a great step forward for culture in this town. I would like to point out that if you look at the plans objectively, that the museums are going to be able to provide more bang for the buck for the community than any other organization. And you're going to see in the next year or so, as the museums continue their trajectory, that we're going to be producing programs that are going to knock your socks off. Thank you.
Thank you. Julianne Savage.
Does my introduction count as part of the minute? So what makes Los Gatos vibrant? That's what our Honorable Mayor asked tonight. I heard statements from earlier, the presentation that we spent a lot of time listening to, quality of life. I heard that experiences are more important than things. I heard the reason that people come downtown. The reason people will come downtown and stay downtown is not just because of our food or our retail, it's because of our art and our history. And the earth without art is eh.
Gail Nishimura.
That's a tough one to follow. Hello, my name is Gail Nishimura. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for over 12 years, and I am very, very happy with the new library it's come to, but please, it was a great landmark. Don't let it go to waste. It will continue to need funds in order to support it adequately. So I encourage anything that can be done to further help raise money for it. I would like to not have to pay my $80 to Santa Clara County Public Library so I can get books that Los Gatos Library does not have because I can't afford it. And also, I think it's great that they have a retail shop for books that are extremely affordable and only encourage reading in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen Javy.
My name is Maureen Javi. I'm a resident of Los Gatos. And I'm a little bit shocked that I'm standing here when we're racing through what's a really important issue when we spent a lot of time about a 22-seat restaurant. You know, this has to do with the libraries and the culture of the city. And, you know, and I don't know anything about how this works, but I know that as a resident, I think what I'm hearing is you're going to make a decision how this space is going to be used, and we're going to chop it up into all these little bits, none of which make sense. It's like putting lipstick on a pig. So what I want to do is stop the discussion, and I want to have a chance to have a bigger discussion about this because the Friends of the Library and the Museums of Los Gatos are too big to ignore, and I don't want to be rushed in 1 minute to try and, have my piece here.
Thank you. Felice leads.
So I am in support of the Art and Cultural Center Museum without a bookstore. I think that if people want books, they should go, if you're going to look for books, the obvious place is in the library, not the museum. And I agree that the space should not be divvied up, and it is an important issue, and I hope the town does make a good choice. I think it's a hard decision to make, but somebody has to make it, and they're both two really good organizations, but I think you guys see that, it needs to be talked over again.
Thank you. George Rivera.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you. My name is George Rivera. I'm the Executive Director and Senior Curator of the Triton Museum of Art in Santa Clara. I'm here to completely and fully support this proposal of moving forward into this space. I'm very moved and touched by the ability of two key organizations working together to find a way to use this space. I think the most important part is moving into this facility, which is the first major big step. The Los Gatos Museum of Art is an organization I followed for over 30 years, professionally and personally. It is growing every year, leaps and bounds. It's respected throughout the Bay Area and the South Bay. It's overflowing in capacity for its programs. Recently, they had a few exhibitions where probably close to 400 to 500 people from throughout the Bay Area attended. And then we all went to the restaurants downtown and filled that up. So restaurants and retail benefit. This is an outstanding move by a beautiful and wonderful town. I hope you support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Flick.
Hi, I'm Sherry Flick. I've lived in this town for 26 years, raised my children here. I'm a residential and commercial property owner. I believe an arts and cultural center here is the most important piece of the puzzle to create a synergistic effect between all of the members of our community. The proximity to the library, the senior center, the high school, the recreation department will truly make this the center of our town. I've become involved with the museums because my son is an artist. My late husband, an artist, Dave Flick, envisioned this move and this idea for the arts and the history of Los Gatos. And I've learned that the museums have the vision and the drive and the support to create world-class arts and cultural center. It will bring many more visitors from out of town to attend the events, to eat in our restaurants, shop in our shops, bring vibrancy to our town. I think it's imperative to combine the arts and the history and provide as much space as possible to the Los Gatos museums, especially the main floor of the
Thank you.
space.
That's like Rachel Stengy.
My name is Rachel Stengel. I am the Volunteer Services Manager at the Museums of Los Gatos. I moved to Los Gatos over a year and a half ago, and when I first walked into the Los Gatos Art Museum, the caliber of artwork on exhibit much exceeded what the unassuming exterior led me to expect. I was thrilled that my own small town boasted such a gem and decided to get involved as a volunteer. I quickly became interested in supporting and recruiting museum volunteers. Much of my outreach is based on educating the community about the museums, and many are pleasantly surprised to learn about the quality of exhibits and cultural programming available to them, for the most part at no cost. But we don't stop there. What we want to provide exhibits that are meaningful and relevant to this community. So everywhere we go, we ask the question, what do you want your museums to be? What do you want to see when you envision an arts and cultural center? It is important that everyone understand.
It's okay. Thank you very much.
Can I just say that we want to create a space to learn, explore, reflect, connect, admire, and create. And that's what the museums do. And thank you for getting behind that vision. And I encourage you to fully support it. Thank you.
Kim Boy, great writing. Is it Kurloff? It's great writing that I can't read very well.
It's artistic.
That it is.
Hi, I'm Kim Karloff. I've been a Los Gatos citizen since 1999. The museums in Los Gatos are uniquely situated to be the catalyst for constructing a vibrant finishing piece to the Los Gatos Civic Center. Our vision has been and continues to be the creation of a world-class arts and cultural center as the centerpiece of a space currently known as the Old Library. As Mr. Ag noted, the current museums of Los Gatos actually are cultural islands with no central location. The Art Museum on Tate, the History Museum at Forbes, and the Museum's Gallery downtown. Now, however, we actually, well, you do, have the opportunity, the choice to make something even bigger of this Civic Center space. No hodgepodge of a town office here and no blocked off area for human resources over there, but a real vision to pair with the other great spaces already set up in this vicinity. I'm going to end with Mr. Howard's note that great civilizations are measured by their arts and by their culture. Great cities are measured by their arts and their culture. And I think you, as town council members and town leaders, have an opportunity here to do something on a grander scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Wolf.
I've been in this town, my name is Janet Wolf. I've been in the town for 20 years. I'm a homeowner, and I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but I just wanted to say that I came out for the museum. I think it's a terrific idea to have a world-class museum in Los Gatos. I'm really proud of what the library did. I'd like to be as proud of our museum. Since I've lived here, the museum on Tate has grown from something that had some walking traffic to a place where I see receptions just overflowing with people and lectures that are overflowing with people. And I think the museum needs its own space to really bring people into our town and show what we're worth. Thank you.
Thank you. Barney Davidge.
Barney Davidge, been here, I guess it's 36 years. I feel still like a newcomer, which I like, because there's so many people I know that have lived and grown up here. And I see where we want to create a center to learn, to think, and create. And one thing I think part of that is 2 conference rooms. Downstairs, if we could have a conference room for small groups, a conference room for a large group, we're going to have a lot of thinking and sharing, especially if the council wants to come down and create conferences in there, they'll have that space to do it. And I think this, you guys have a choice to make a long-term, thoughtful decision for art and history in our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Marlene Rodman.
Good evening, Mayor, fellow council. I have to say I'm a little disheartened right now because I felt that we had worked diligently for compromise. And I thought that's what it was about, that the Friends of the Library was working with the art to have a compromise. And I felt that the portion of the building that we were getting was quite minuscule in relation to what the arts were giving. I have always felt that compromise is about feeling that you've gotten the biggest piece of the cake. But tonight, I feel that the Arts Commission wants the whole cake. And I'm really disheartened, that's all I can say, that that's what transpired here tonight. We did not know that they were bringing in a full force of people to talk about giving them the whole floor. So that's...
Thank you. Lee Quintana.
Lee Quintana. I support both museums and the library, and I'm a generous contributor to both. When this issue first came up, and I was talking to both museum people and library people, it seemed to me that there could be no compromise made between them because they were so emphatic. So when I read the staff report, I was very encouraged that there did seem to be a compromise that seemed to be working for both of them. And like the last speaker, I was really disappointed that the speakers all tonight for the museum seem to be pushing for the museum and not supporting that compromise. I'd also like to say that books are part of culture. And the other thing I'd like to say is that the new library was built without space for the Friends of the Library to conduct their efforts to raise money to continue to support that library. And I think they should be supported.
Thank you. Kelly Martin.
Hi, Kelly Martin. I'm an arts educator in town, and I just wanted to say I'm very excited about this whole proposal and that I think it's going to be a great thing for my students. Thank you.
Thank you. Rita Baum.
Good evening, and thank you for working so late for all of us in Los Gatos. I'm on the Friends of the Library Board. I'm the grant writer, and I write the membership appeal. The Friends of Los Gatos Library exists for one purpose only, and that is that we deeply believe in the importance of a library to a town or a city. More people walk through the front doors of the Los Gatos Library than any other public building in Los Gatos. We would like to have a bookstore, and the only purpose of that bookstore is to raise funds to put into the library that we love very much. We have supported with millions of dollars, and we want to continue providing millions of dollars just for every perfect aspect of the Los Gatos Library. So I hope we can do that, and using the very special children's room for our library bookstore. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last card I have is, I believe it Elise, or is it Elise Parsons?
Hi, I'm Elise Parsons, and my husband Mike was up here. I am for having both the Friends in the retail space and having the museums have the rest of the space. We love both organizations, and I wasn't sure that Mike made that as clear. And I think we can coexist and cooperate with each other. Valerie has done such an unbelievable job of doing that, and we do. We need funds. And books, you know, I was a high school English teacher, and I belong to 3 book clubs, so I think that we can find a way to cooperate and demonstrate instead of us being like our political parties where they get so diverse and each one has their own agenda. I think we can coexist beautifully.
Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, I just wanted, a lot of numbers were thrown out. It's roughly 14,000 square feet. Less than 4% is requested by the town, less than 15% requested by the Friends of the Library.
Okay, thank you. I feel duty-bound to at least make one comment. I think it was Ms. Javi that commented about the compressed time. This was never designed to be a public hearing, but when people come, I want to allow them to speak. Because of the lateness of the hour, I made the choice to limit it. But this process has been going on for several months, and this is more the end of the process, or the end of this portion of the process, where the council is going to provide direction to staff as to what to do next. And we've had a subcommittee of 2 council members that's been working on this for several months. This has not been rushed. And if you were not aware of what was going on, I apologize. But tonight was really more for us to give further direction after what was supposed to just be a couple of 5-minute presentations to kind of wrap up the proposals. So with that, I'm going to look to council for comments, and specifically probably want to hear from the subcommittee itself. So Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. This is really not reporting out from the subcommittee, but it's actually a question of staff. The input that we had this evening was a little bit different than I had anticipated. So if we assume that, well, let me back up a little bit. First of all, I thought that the 2 groups met over the summer and that staff worked with them, and I thought the process had gone extremely well. I was actually very proud of everybody involved with those discussions. And I was under the impression that what we had this evening was a report out from the two organizations that they had a meeting of the minds, with the exception of the town offices. What I have heard is that may not be so, especially as it relates to the museums. So the question I ask of staff is, are you looking for a meeting of the minds between the two organizations within the museums? What you have heard, does that give you what you need to move forward? Because I'm not sure.
First, many of the comments made by museum supporters were not comments shared by Mr. Agg or Mr. Janoff at the table, and I was pleased that neither Mr. Agg nor Mr. Janoff walked away from the compromise we had all agreed to at the table as being a workable solution. I won't speak to anybody else. I assume Mr. Agg and Mr. Janoff were communicating with the board for the museums, as I assume Carol and Valerie were as well. In terms of process forward, no formal decision is allowed tonight. This is simply a conceptual approval to give direction to staff on how to proceed to fulfill the desires of the council for the reuse of the old library space. Last spring, you gave us direction to engage in discussions with the museums and the Friends. We thought we had a mutually acceptable compromise with one variation to present to you tonight. I think I briefed you on that, saying I was pleased at how both parties had moved and worked together to come up with a collaborative solution. It's why I think we went out of our way in the staff report to show how much each party had given, because we felt each party had stepped away from their original sole vision. Obviously, this is completely a town facility and is completely at the council's discretion for how it should be used. No obligations or commitments have been made to any other party, and it is up to the council to direct staff on how you'd like to proceed with the reuse of this space.
Okay. Councilmember McNutt.
So the other morning before dawn, when I was up doing nothing, watching television, I was flipping through the channels. 1968 movie, Yours, Mine, Ours. Do you remember that? The story of the Beardsley family that had 18 children. One had 8 or 9 children. They married someone with 8 or 9 children. And it talked about the difficulty of blending this family together. And oh, I'm so reminded of that tonight because we're having trouble blending these families together. Someone mentioned the phrase, the larger narrative. And I have to tell you that right now, I think that we might have a larger narrative than some of you were even thinking about because, and I'll only speak for me, I can absolutely see how these two organizations and entities work together so beautifully. And I also was pleased at the result of the negotiations and the conversations that went on this summer. I see it as being mutually beneficial and for the organizations and for this community. So I thought tonight probably our biggest discussion was going to be on just the 400 square feet that is being proposed for staff offices. I'm sorry, 300? Okay, sorry. So, you know, I keeps getting smaller. Okay, 250. Okay. So, you know, I would like to the direction that I would like to give to staff is, please move forward with the next step, which is continuing the discussion based on these conceptual plans with the two organizations. I don't see that we are locked in at this moment of saying the visual arts have to be upstairs, history downstairs. Mix it up. I mean, that's, to me, that's up to the tenant once you get in there to decide how you're going to do that kind of thing. But if, and so I'm going to kind of put it back on the museum folks. If you don't feel that you can do this, that it's an all or nothing game, then we need to hear that conversation because that's really going to change how I'm analyzing the use of this facility. Because we had some other proposals that were equally as valid, and we said, no, this is the vision. This is what's really going to work. So That's my direction for tonight.
I was a little disappointed tonight, to be honest. I think Ms. Rodman hit it just absolutely right on the head. I thought coming in we had a workable proposal, and this has been, we get reports from the manager on the conversations, and there was push and there was pull, and it's like that never happened tonight. And this is a town building, and there I'm hearing a sense of entitlement to this is what we want and this is all we want, and if you don't like it, this is what we want, and that really bothers me. My direction to council is similar to to staff is similar to Councilmember McNutt's. I think what you've put in front of us makes sense. I think it's the way to at least move forward from this point. And if either group is in an all or nothing posture, we need to know it because it changes how we view things. There were a lot of other people, including the town, that has use for that space, and I don't have a problem with 297 square feet carved off probably the least desirable part of that downstairs to house offices for the town that are currently off-site and really should be on-site. So this council member says to proceed as per the staff report and the plans that include the town offices, and I sure hope you guys can get together and decide that you can live with that, because there is a bigger picture here. Oh, Councilmember Brzezinski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As far as I'm concerned, when we gave our walking orders, it included both bodies working together, and I'm not confused. I don't think all members of the museum group expressed the same kind of concern about the mixed use. Okay, so it wasn't universal by any means. Okay, and I appreciate the interest and intensity and the desire to ply your trade in a broader venue. But when we walked away from here, it was the museums and the Friends of the Library working together. And I would not have accepted anything different than that tonight. So from my point of view, I would like to see us move forward with this as soon as possible. I'm concerned about the length of time it's going to take for us to get there. I think we should try to do whatever we can to fast track this, rather than to drag this into the next century or whenever it is these things are going to finally occur. In terms of the issue of the only real question I had walking in was the office versus conference room, and I would like not to make that decision tonight. I would like to say continue to study that. If we can find another space, and the manager indicates that we don't really have one, but if we could find another space within the Civic Center campus for the HR folks, I'd like to see us go there, because I do see a value to the dual conference rooms, and I assume that's a movable wall, that little hash mark there, so that you can have a larger space for larger conferences. And one of the things we talked about way back in the beginning was to find some conference space for the community, some place where we can sit down and meet, other than a borrowed room here or the use of a space that isn't that convenient. So I think that has a value. I'd like to see us to continue to explore that. On the other hand, if ultimately there is nothing we can do but find that, then we should come back and talk to that. But I'm not ready to say we need to put the HR folks down there until I'm convinced that we really have explored all of the possibilities. And I'm not convinced at this point. But that would be my guess. I would like to primarily say, let's move forward. Let's go. The plan as it's presented makes sense. The space allocation makes sense. There will be some evolution as time goes on, as was indicated by our first speaker, that when you set up your space, sometimes you move the furniture. And I think that that's probably what we're going to be facing here at a certain point in time. But at this point in time, I think it's, it's time. Let's get going with this.
Okay. Councilmember Leonardis.
I concur with my fellow council members up here, but I want to add one additional thought. This current proposal may not be an end-all, be-all. When I look at it, this is a significant opportunity for a great cultural resource center. There may come a time down the line where we raise money and we add another level to the building and make it more like the Triton Museum or whatever. But in the interim, right now, I think we go back to the consensus that we found before and learn to work together. I recall back in the day when I was working on the skate park, and the first skate park was proposed as wooden ramps and movable portable devices. And I think the skateboarders kind of turned that down because they wanted a greater concrete skate park. In retrospect, they probably should have taken what they got in the beginning because they ended up with nothing. And I think, as Councilwoman McNutt mentioned that movie, which I've never seen, I think we can probably take this as a starting point and move forward. It's not an end-all, be-all, but this is what we have in front of us tonight, and it's 10:30. And I'd say down the road, maybe we'll hire Noel and Tam, and they'll look at this whole thing differently and make something really spectacular, but this is what's here this evening.
Does this give staff adequate input?
We will convene the two parties again and see if we can answer the question if the proposal we presented to council is livable with both groups. If not, we'll come quickly back to you. If it is livable with both the groups, then staff will go back and look again at alternative space for HR, and we'll look at that again. And then we'll be back to talk about terms and conditions if it's a go forward.
Thank you.
Oh, right. On the environmental review, there was a question brought up, and during the public comment we did review, and in the PD for this site, it says, however, no use listed in section 29.20.185, which is the conditional uses table, is allowed unless specifically authorized by this ordinance or by a conditional use permit. We have checked the language, and a conditional use permit only requires planning commission approval. Changing the PD would require bringing it back to council, and so that's a more laborious process. That's why staff ended up with the CUP solution as the way to put it in.
Okay, thank you. All right, that concludes this item, and we'll now go back to the pulled consent item, which was item number 3, pulled by the Vice Mayor. And I'll just ask you to be real quiet as you leave, if you would, please. Vice Mayor, you pulled this item?
I did, thank you. I'm specifically looking at the resolution, paragraph B sub 1. And the suggestion I'm going to make, I can talk really loudly, but
Yeah, I know.
maybe we should wait.
Okay, go ahead.
Looking at paragraph B sub 1, and I'm going to suggest that that sentence stop after the word declaration ND 111-04, period. The phrase regarding environmental analysis of the planned development project is not accurate in the sense that a mitigated negative declaration has to be associated with an approved project. And on June 21st, 2011, the mitigated negative declaration came to the council associated with the Planning Commission's version of the PD, and the motions to approve the Planning Commission's version of the PD failed. That's why the whole issue came back to us in August, and that's why we were required at that time to once again have a motion certifying the PD after the council had approved a PD. So I think the easiest way to correct this is simply to put a period after 1104.
Okay. That's fine. We can put that into the motion for approval of the item. Yeah. Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you. I'd like to ask our council if there's a problem with that. Is that just words, or does it actually mean something that's important?
That would be acceptable.
All right.
Are you rushing to fill out to speak to this? They're all up here. Pick one. No. Including, yes.
Yours is already on there. We'll add the number.
I have a stack of copies.
So this is a public hearing. Go ahead. We'll bring you up, and it's. I'll open it for public comment. You'll have up to 3 minutes. Please identify yourself.
It's been a long night.
Yes, it has.
Lee Quintana. And I just have a few comments to make. I was disappointed in reading the resolution that it really doesn't explain what the judge's orders were. And so I would just like to make a few statements and read from the judgment. He granted the writ, and under his number 2, which was violations of CEQA, the judgment states that the petitioner's sole claim for mandamus is granted because the city abused its discretion and failed to proceed in a manner required by law by approving Albright Way Development Project on the basis of a mitigated negative declaration when an environmental impact report should have been prepared. And it goes on to say, under fair argument, that the record contains substantial evidence in support of a fair argument that the project may have a significant impact in a minimum of 2 areas, traffic and aesthetics. Now, I'd like to add to that there was one claim, but there were approximately 20 items under that claim. 3, the judge barred from consideration because of technical reasons about exhausting administrative procedures. And that I just want to emphasize that he said minimum of, and there were over half of the 20 items that were listed were in just those 2 items alone. So it was a very broad ruling, not a very narrow ruling, and I just want to say that for the record.
Okay.
I would also request that all of the judges, all of the court proceedings be, copies of them be included in the file. That's the order, the writ, and the judgment.
Okay. Seeing nobody else rushing to the microphone for public comment, I'll close the public hearing and look to council for comments or motion. Vice Mayor.
All right, I'll make the motion formally then. I'm going to move to modify the resolution B1 so that the sentence ends at after 1104.
Okay. Is that to just modify the resolution or to approve the item as well?
Oh, and approve the item as well.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That completes tonight's agenda. We are adjourned.